Всем привет. Еще раз. Hello, it's me. Так, там у нас, говорят, чемпионатики начались. Советские. А, это на Твиче. На Твиче сейчас врубаю вам все это. Так, чатик надо отдельно. Здравствуйте. Готовы увидеть Европу? Ой, будет жарко. Про поиска, мне самому интересно, что там будет. Тоже с ПК, конечно, с ПК, не с телефона буду сидеть. О, Арк комментирует. Врубаю уже. Я обновляю, чтобы задержка меньше была. На справа-то получу, красавчик. Сейчас, подождите. Так, и стрим сюда перенесу. Так, я уже поставил предикцию это вверху на стамину. Что с качеством у него? Качество, это торг какой-то китайский. Покажи предиктор. На канале видос есть. Это видео 2 викторины уже были, но мы уже пропустили. Ничего страшного. Так, а что нет? Репо нет, не репо, уже стамина выиграла партию в нокауте. Красавчики. Crazy, crazy. Еще оповещение сделаем на стриме. Да, вот пришел АП на музыку сегодняшнюю, которую смотрели, слушали. Короче, если будет каких-то 5 перерывов здесь, я буду вырубать музыку. Ну нафиг. Да, Супер СОУ, понятно. Было бы жестко, еще АП прилетал на музыку в Brawl Stars просто. Externate version, что за externate? Какая-то особая версия. Ремикс какой-то, наверное, 100%. Прожимайте лайк, друзья, на канал, подписывайтесь, друзей зовите на стримчанский. У нас чемпионат сегодня будет жесткий, скажу вам. Так что готовьтесь, чаечек, печеньки, там чипсы. Будет шоу. Могу вам сказать. Вы не видите сейчас. Так вот сделаю. Да, поищи нельзя, пока он тут катает. Вау. Стамина забирает первый сет. О, я его помню. Ленайн. Легкие глазки.
But again, with so much on the line, Teddy, these two teams, if you are just joining, battling it out there, there's their place in the mid-season invitational. So whoever makes it through stands the best chance. Whoever doesn't, it will not be attending the MSIs. So again, it is all to play for, and Craze will have learned a valuable lesson of that first set.
Так, добьешь. Да изи можно 1000 добить за данный стрим. Чё это по инету? Халява так.
Just build up an amazing synergy between those three brawlers, that range gameplay that we've seen, you know, time and time again in the BSC.
Я обновлю, тогда быстрее будет. Я так не разбавимся. Так пиши поддержку, а не сиди просто. Сиди просто так в реалите, что разбанят.
It's going to be hard because your opponents are going to be able to close the gap, get up close and take you down. In this case, they always kept them at bay, always force them back to heal up.
Yeah, I think Scarx as well on the healing side for the Byron.
Я вам говорю, guys. Жесткий.
I think as well, I don't know, I didn't spot, maybe you did, whether there was auto aim being ran on the gadget side of the pipe, but I think it was still actually keeping the range with the homemade recipe, but normally, you know, that's a...
Так, готовится у нас сухой сезон или что-то подобное будет. Награда за поимку карта. По-геймсту, спасибо. Ты говорил за Крейзи. Вспомнил. Я же дописал. Позавчера или вчера. Да, точно, я же за Крейзи клан стоял, а не за стамину. Не люблю эту карту. Кстати, давайте сделаем опросик в чатике.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see the Leon first pick from Skyrock. Squeak could be a pretty decent counter to take down the lollipop drops. We'll struggle a little bit more if Skyrock ends up getting up close.
Сейчас у чата спросим, кто за кого стоял.
That's where Squeak would struggle quite a bit, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it brought in here. Craze, they've been
Дефолт.
big fans of those sort of slightly of meta.
Норм карта.
That it is meta, it's the perfect meta.
То вроде норм, вроде нет. У каждого любимая по-своему карта. Кто-то на одной хорошо отыгрывает, кто-то на другой. Will be next up with the roughs brought in a lot of utility, a lot of cover with the sandbags, but also, you know, that sort of more. Я за Crazy клан. Я поставлю на Crazy клан, но посмотрим.
As well as opening up the map if need be.
Я за стамину ставил. В видосе говорю, да, про Crazy клан. Не сразу надо делать вердикт по опросу в чате. Через время.
I do like that pick. It does have a definite disadvantage if you are pushed back in the spawn, however, so that is definitely going to be a consideration for STMN to have here. Something to push forward would be nice. Again, I think that the actual bans here are pretty much spot on. Got to be honest here, a lot of those I would like to have played myself. Squeak for Lanun, yeah, I can see that as well, but I do worry a little bit about the defensiveness of the STMN comp so far. Craze Clan having as well the kind of roughs to be able to pump everything up is a definite must here. It might be even a Mortis. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see something like a Mortis or a Fang or something from Craze Clan. Daryl even would be a great thing to have to be able to really push these spawns hard. And Craze Clan, we know, are a very aggressive team. That's kind of what's lacking in their draft for me at the moment. We shall see what they do pick in a couple of seconds.
Есть информация, что будет платный телеграм.
Very, very important set for them to win, and the balance between going on the aggressive and it is going to be the Fang does make a lot of sense. Having as well those supply drops coming in to really give Fang even more bang for his buck could be a good strategy here for Craze Clan, but they can't overcommit. That's the thing with this comp, that could be easy to do so, and STMN already have shown today they are ready for those aggressive pushes that Craze Clan tried to throw.
Nice, конечно.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
Платный телеграм. Здоров, пацаны, когда розыгрыш правильно CSGO? Написано, когда итоги. Почему снимаешь только БС? А что, канал по Brawl Stars? Есть CSGO канал, ссылка в описании. Могу сейчас скинуть чат на канал по CSGO. Что это? Китайский иногда.
And so far, Prai's able to pick up the blue star and the temporary lead. Therefore, let's see how stamina push forward.
Вот канал по CSGO. Ты говоришь, что только Brawl Stars снимаю, не только. Питная задержка там будет. Мы же пытаемся, чтобы задержка меньше всего была. Не могу стрим, сейчас не должен могу. Наверное. У меня, и у меня, и у меня.
Your advantage. We'll see how long they keep that up. A little bit of a lane swap as Meow moves over to the left side and Rama and Naui are now on.
Это битрейт понижен, даем мне.
Means the final push is imminent here for stamina if they don't want to give away this game to Craze.
Jen has that super and that's dangerous. But Rama has his as well. Gonna pop a gadget there for the healing up as well. They know this push is coming in and it's coming in now. Nice placements there from Skyrex forcing out Meow.
Я могу вам сделать, что у вас будет все пиксельно, как Minecraft, тогда лагать не будет. Ля, Crazy Clan выигрывает. Ничего себе жесткие.
Honestly, I think they need to fight a little harsher for that blue star on the side of stamina. They gave it away a little bit too easily. Didn't really manage to punish Craze whatsoever for it. And I think they have a little bit more of a mid presence already. And look at that, Jen immediately going for the blue star. Know that if they don't, it's gonna
Красный проигрывает, но не прям проигрывают. У них одно очко есть.
Basically makes them stronger every second passing by. I think it's a good call, and even though they're still going to be getting stronger every second, now it's Craze that needs to push, and that automatically gives them a slight disadvantage.
Ну, все равно. Все равно как будто кадры пропустились. Так, пока стамина по звездочкам опережает нас Crazy Clan. Зажали, конечно, стамину. Стамина.
Potentially a match point on the line if they're able to keep it up like that. But slowly, Craze are gaining some more ground, getting more aggressive. Squeak Super not gonna find too much of a connection. Meow is gonna get the double stun, but no double kill as he does end up going.
Стамина тупо держится и коцает. Коцает Crazy Clan. Одного уже убили. Ой, Фэнк. На грани Пайпер. Ля, и Пайпер чуть-чуть просто. Как за это? Пил что-то. Ой, набрался своих друзей, скуйков. Фиаско. Все. Стамина выигрывает. У стамины матч-поинт, друзья. Стамины матч-поинт. Халява. Но нужно, чтобы Crazy Clan выиграл. Кто за кого? Почти что 50 на 50 в чате. За Crazy Clan и стамину. Красный выиграет, а вдруг камбэкнут.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Craze Clan, however, are going to be the ones
Мне
to
еще
pick up
6
the
лет,
blue star
молодец.
this time around. Last time they did, they picked up the entire game afterwards. Let's see if they can push things to a third set.
Я на Крейс поставил дом. Жалко тебе.
Super reloaded. Not a little over aggressive there on the pipe.
Сразу это сказала, они звездочку забрали.
Unlock his super was one more shot and be able to jump away, but instead that's gonna extend the lead here for Craze as they sit on 3 stars and Stamina are gonna be fighting an uphill battle.
Молодец, не зря.
Yeah, this is much
А
better.
че не дом, давай 2 дома сразу.
Right here for
Только 1 дом.
Declan has got super, but
Мне
again,
15.
has to time it well.
У меня 17.
Necessarily feed or let alone give any kind of stars away. Good heals there from Roman to Meow as well. But Jetton's position just keeps the pressure on. Nice jump away as well. The breakthrough will help Lenan considerably so as time is ticking. 30 seconds now remain, and I do like the positioning power here from SDMN. They're starting to
А сейчас стамина окружает Crazy Clan.
Yeah, Meow needs to be careful though. Gonna go
Минус.
for the in, Jetton goes down, no trade as the heals
А это, кажется, победа может быть. У Crazy Clan. Стамина ни одного килла не делал. Леон сейчас подойдет тупо. Леонардо спалился такой, хотел до кустов дойти, но не успел. 9+1. -1 получится. Или... Нет, нет. 10, 19, 17 получится. Мне 15 тоже. Решающий по 1-1, да. Сольют, посмотрим. Ну как-то быстро уже почти первую команду сыграли. По сути, это всегда в четвертьфинале. Да, нет, у нас ограбление. Откуда вы взяли геймграб? Ура, мой дом. А что ты получишь, если поставил дома выиграть что?
A lot better at it, but we have to keep into account the stakes are higher than they've ever been for this roster. So they are going to be experiencing new levels of stress and pressure that they haven't faced.
Про стресс что-то втирает. Я смотрю Доктор Стрэндж 2 мультивселенной безумия. Я вроде не смотрел такое. Друзья, 46 зрителей, а лайков 37. Давайте исправлять. Прожимайте лайк на канал, теперь он пиксель. Арк хочет заржать. Чё никто? По качеству их иногда. Задержка 20 секунд? Нет, не 20 секунд. На стриме минимальная задержка, держу в курсе. Если тебе нафармятся очки, то тебе когда 4К дадут, их нет. А у меня 3К максимум, дальше не идет. Больше нельзя получить пока что. 4К очков можно изи за 4 турнира нафармить. Если все правильные предикты и MVP выбирать просто, это уже 1100 за один турнир. Единственный фанат Марвел. Не, я Марвел смотрел. Мне понравилось. С самого начала там Первый Мститель, Тор 2, этот Халк, Железный Человек. Первая, вторая часть, третью не смотрел. Начинал. Думаю, будут пины. Конечно, будут пины еще. Скин будет в конце чемпионата мира. Тор мой любимый. Ну, третья часть как-то мне говорили, что не очень.
you know, line of walls that's on the top right and on the bottom left. Very annoying spot to deal.
Я тут 0 до 1300 шел. Отлично. Это за сколько турниров?
That's what 12k damage, a ridiculous amount of damage you can take down. It's not quite 12k, it's 9k, but you got my point. You can get a lot of burst damage with that brawler, and it's a great way of opening things up.
Well, it could be a hole here potential. I know Jetson does like to play it. Doesn't necessarily have to lock himself in with the roughs. He can swap brawlers as well here. I imagine it'd be Skyrox on the side of the buy on here, but
Жестко неизвестно, пока нет, конечно, ничего не известно. Я не знаю почему на розу, но вряд ли. Типа в трейлере розы и розы выдавать. Ну, мне кажется, закрутить разраба, что более интересно.
That could be a really smart pick. Depends greatly. I was loving Craze Clan's drop. I still am. Loader and for me, Danny Hill worked great.
Никого ставил. Я поставил на стамину, но видосеры про Crazy Clan, то что я болею за Crazy Clan. Передержка 6 секунд. Это отлично. Так долго выбирать персов, но поиграй в SEO лигу, клубную лигу. Там то же самое долго выбирают.
What drop do you prefer?
I think it's tough, man. I feel like overall Stamina's draft is looking.
У меня 3 качков, молодец. Заходи с твинка на сайт, тоже фарм. Красный бы фэнга взять. Не взяли.
It can definitely work as well. I like him on the mid here. It's a wise decision, but they don't really have a way of opening things up on the left side. So Meow is not going to be able to.
А Фрэнк там играет диджей? Или мы не увидим? Рук не... А, не, есть Фрэнк. Ля-ля-ля. Видите там руки? Ля-ля, идет разнос.
Those are the two brawlers realistically that have the most weight in bringing back the flow of actions. So look out for those two players in particular. Jetson giving some nice heals over.
Прикинь, какой-то баг, этот Фрэнк посередине карты стоит и играет.
TP then teleport onto your position safe and bring back the flow of action. We shall see though. Both teams as well looking to kind of build up even more so in terms of support. The life plant for Rama will serve as a nice deterrent.
Сергей, пиши на русском языке.
Despite being full HP, but nonetheless it just kind of wastes a bit of time.
Yeah, it's hard for Naui to even get to use his speed, because if he does, I can guarantee that Jedan and Lena are going to be running at him, trying to get some free shots for that.
Ой, 670. Yes, Фэнк мансит. Мансер.
And now he knows that playing it incredibly safe.
Мансер, ты меня называла.
Damage might be a worth it call, as the TP should be coming through.
Ну да, мансер жестко.
This is really where some
Когда шипом получает, ну ладно. Да, я буду говорить, но это после сражения, как я понял. Спайк не попадает. Тоже возможно. Спайк вообще в стену он стреляет. Фэнк залетел.
Back as well, the takedown was there. I feel like that may have been a bit of a misplay from Craze.
Yeah, that's the thing. They had so much control stamina, despite not getting a single Fang super until just now. Whenever he got it,
А я помню, как-то на стриме вроде у чемпионата там как-то вылетел Brawl Stars и плюс так сведен был у разрабов. Блять, когда на Windows вообще можно будет приложение скачивать? Все, понтовали, скоро будет, жестко, круто. Brawl Stars поиграли бы на Windows 11. Я пока 10, я бы ради Brawl Stars 11 бы скачал. Красные забирают. Да. Матчпоинт для стамины. Может, Crazy Clan? Выйду тоже матчпоинт. А Фэнк тапками пытается накидывать. Попасть не может.
Some great shots there onto now. He's going to be very low HP. Lena, and this is the thing. He gets some free shots there. Now he forced to TP out to prevent that, but now he's stuck in a tough position will end up going down. Scarix pushing forward, Rama not really able to take him out, and that's gonna be some nice early
Люди
damage
восклицательные знаки ставят.
lead for Stamina.
Надо, когда не
So
спрашивают,
far,
типа.
though, a nice crossfire from Yao is able to find some shots here and there, but with the healing from Jetta, no one is going down.
Почему это напрягает? Как, ну, тогда ж не поймешь, что человек хочет, утверждает или спрашивает.
In terms of the damage, you know, it might have been better to actually just kind of secure and lock that in. As a result, it's just that 1% for Craze and 13% damage on the side of
Я верю в
the
синих все же.
just to keep the
На
shot
синем
firing
тут
in there.
фэнк стоит,
Here and there,
накидывает.
still does damage, despite just
Сломаде фэнк стоит не. Байрон Коц, да.
placing down themselves, just in trying to keep the mid in lock. He's low on HP.
Давай, на, не начинай крутиться прямо сейчас.
Consideration to him as now he takes the mid roll. Craze needs to
О, один раз
take that
крутнуло, сидели.
turn this game around
О, халява.
just a little bit better because SCMN is not slow.
Восклицательная. А, когда восклицательный, да, вопросительный. Ну, вопросительный, типа, прям жесткие эмоции, кричит как будто. Что опять? Стрим вроде не лагал, я видел зеленым горел. Это ну, Твич что-то.
That's the thing. That is a big factor here. Oh, look how low as well everyone is on the side of STM.
Спайк накидывает.
This damage come down. Scarix does get a very important takedown on the left-hand side. He'll be able to push forwards now. He's got damage gear going as well along the way to give himself even more damage on the safe. Look at the base where it's going right now.
Ля-ля, 37 на 37! А нет! 30 на 35! Стамина выигрывает. Что это было? Уф. А вот челик недовольный. Это жесть. На грани просто. Кидает этот Байрон с ульту и добивает. 5% снос 4-5. Это дает шанс выиграть. А вот что у них происходило вверху, я бы хотел бы увидеть тогда. Там зажали, либо они, может, стояли уже радостные. Как же китаец дофига сделал? Какой китаец? Так, MVP там готовьтесь. Ну, смайлик, понятно. Терриплея у нас. Так, у нас Team Клейс, ну я за них.
He must have done it twice because I saw it for the second time, and that was such a cool little play that I've never really seen, you know, such value before. Because I think it might even be here. There you go. It lands on Nowie there, cancels out the peep, and that would have been such a huge moment for Craze to push back there. As a result, I just feel like SCMN, they just dug so deep today. They had such a firm grasp on their strategy going in and what they wanted to do. That piercing damage there for Jet in the end. Did that come around?
Это было классно.
Some virtual high fives.
Там готовьтесь.
Wow, 49% damage here from Jet, and that's absolutely insane. That's highest damage, to be more specific. Lots of value there, and it makes sense, right? He's the one that has the most range. Lina couldn't quite find a lot of damage with the Fang, but every time he did, it was following up his super and really adding extra
Добавить опрос.
to Craze, forcing them to defend over and to just split their resources across the map. A great match overall from Stamina, and it's good to see them play at this level of play because it's been a
Матч
while.
был красивый.
It's been a while, and right now they looked really good, and I'm
Готовьтесь.
starting to believe in a potential Stamina in
Сейчас
MSI.
будет MVP.
I'm having my hopes up. I'm having my hopes up.
Not good. Great.
На сайт, говорят, зайти.
Which is more than I can say for our predictions, guys, over at event.brawlstars.com. Because we all put down great
Таком.
work. I just felt like they were a bit too classic today. They needed to bring a bit more fights to things. But yes, you can kind of look at our predictions and do the
Виноград надо ждать, не сразу приходит.
We're going to be lining up our next match very, very shortly. It's going to be OGS against Team Kesso. We put down Team Kesso. That's just, you know, something to put out there. Take that as you will. If you're wanting to
43 лайка, 7,50 давайте сейчас. Да, спартанцы проиграли.
because if they are to make the grand finals, then that could change things. way. We'll have to see. It's a bit of an evolving situation. Depends on a lot of others' performances at this moment in time. Of course, Team Casso are another team that are still in the running for MSI, and they are not out of that.
А где викторины и так далее? Охеренно. Спасибо, разрабы.
But this time round, they have got so much more at stake. How is that pressure going to help or potentially hinder them moving forward today?
Yeah, man, I hope for them it's gonna help because they need to win this match, and then the next one if they want to have a chance at MSI. And it's gonna be hard, but it seems like we are in bootcamp mode today for Team Casso, all reunited.
Что там bootcamp? Где вопросы? Во. MVP выбираем. Да что вопросы? Да MVP рандомно выберите уже. Это ваше мнение, кто MVP.
Getting the motivation, and especially when you have some small victories here and there, you know, you see your teammates getting hyped up and screaming and being excited can really add some magic. But
Сбылся прогноз.
it's a bit of a different story, isn't it, Ark? A team that, you know, is kind of falling apart.
Кто выиграет? Team Quiz. Еще викторин должны быть.
This week that he was going to be moving aside from the team, and OP has been confirmed to be joining the FA. But so you know, how is that going to change the mentality of this team going into today? Clearly, their future prospects as
Ждем. Я думаю, что Team Quiz победуть. Синих или красный за синих.
Considerations and questions around going to be resolved very, very quickly to see who comes out on top here. But safe to say, Team Casso have got that additional pressure because they are in the running for MSI. You know, OGS are now in a position where they can really disrupt the outcome potentially of MSI. So, you know, how that's going to make a factor in this one, I honestly don't know. It's a bit of an interesting situation, but
пропущены кадры. Когда кадры пропадают?
Team Casso have got what it takes.
I mean, you know, I don't think there's any arguing that Team Casso is favored in general for this match, but as you said, OGS got nothing to lose, and you know,
обычная задержка.
It seems likely to assume they're not practicing as much either, since the team is somewhat splitting up. But at the same time, they're a team that has
Нету? Во время катки может появиться эта херня. Че будет хуже? У Арка так дом? Это дом. Это видно, что ты их набоки. То он накоплял, прикольно выглядит. Все это. У меня трансфагат для всех. У меня подлагало нет. Короче, видите вопрос, кричите. Буду отвечать рандомно, потому что я не упускаю. Держи олень.
Team Casso love to play Amber here, and in my opinion, they are the best team in Europe at playing Amber here. It's normally Javi on the Amber, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's him the rapper that forwards it round over to him. Max as well, you know, that additional speed is strong. Having said that, there's a lot of tankiness. Bo is a very strong brawler currently right now.
Видео записывать и делать прием. Ой, отчет.
A niche one, and this is a great place for him. I do like that comment from OGS. They may have saw my thought around it. What is this third and final pick going to be?
Можно модерку за донат.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm assuming Max mid is their call for now, although they could play the Max on the lane and bring something a little stronger mid. Yeah, they're gonna do just that. We'll see the Gene mid instead, and that means Ale will be on the lane. That's one of the nice things of first picking Max, right? You can always stick with it mid.
Да, 500 рублей.
On the lane, you can easily bring in a final mid pick, and obviously with the you know synergy.
На кого ставлю я? На Team Quiz. Куисо. Куисо.
Auto-aim your pool, take your opponent with you and get that free kill. If it's the gem carrier, that's a game going your way. If it's not, that's still a very high impact kill, and we'll see if
Начали играть.
able to utilize that greatly here in this match. Team Casso versus OGS.
It's going to be heavy on the Amber. Oh dear. Okay, well, OGS have got a lot to hand on that right-hand side lane for sure. As Alex J already struggling a little bit on the left, has to come back for some Much needed healing pass.
Так не лагает вроде уже сейчас, что вы докопались.
From OP. I do like this aggression from OGS out of the gates, really starting to establish themselves and push Team Kesso around a little bit more than they would like. I wasn't quite expecting the start, so OGS have got definitely still good communication going on.
Нет никаких пропуск кадров.
Coming in now, though, Gugu very low, just taken down, and that might change things.
Синий, синий, синий. Иногда лагает, когда я помню, прогружается сам стрим и Steam. Ой, прогружается сама трансляция и стрим, тогда иногда пропуск кадров. А так, как вы зеленый мне говорите, все нормально. Не, иногда говорят про стрим, иногда лагает.
Nice tricking with the minds there from Rafa. Didn't want to say it too soon before the last one went off, but it's an interesting thing because with Bo now being a viable brawler, one we haven't seen for so long. Things like mines actually are things that players have not been thinking about.
Ну, сейчас была потеря кадров. И на это хереной.
Only one gem separates OGS from a countdown here, so yeah, Team Kesso all pushing forwards as much as they can here to apply maximum pressure because they can't afford it. Look at some Bentley as well, too low there, and it's taking some speed in there. What their gems are all
опять. Я не знаю, что с ним делать. Китайский. Ну, кстати, Team QLIU забирает. Собирает очки. Гемасики убегают.
Should be able to just pull out safely and secure that opening game here for Team Kesso. But
сидят джамшуты.
You know, you're talking about the bow mines.
Ну, то у них лагает, не у меня.
At a pro like level of play, I think the bow mines can be really annoying as well because if you're trying to
Здесь как они играть, если их вебку лагает.
exactly where they are, usually at a pro level, yeah, you have the reflexes to get out of there and get back to safety, but it might mess up with your dodging a little bit, you know, give away some free shots here and there. That's free damage, free reload towards a super. That can be a lot of value found.
Синих плюс раунд. Хату ставлю, уже поздно нельзя ставить. Увидел, что они выиграют, и ставишь хату.
Yeah, exactly that. It wastes their time, it keeps them guessing, and it's another consideration to have. One thing I'm going to say though is I did feel like for the most part, OGS were in control.
Перезапустить, сделать допустимое разрешение меньше.
At the moment, I felt like Team Kesso was struggling a little bit. The question is now, has that...
Ай, разрешение хочешь было меньше, качество тоже упадет. Так битрейт стрима маленький. 4300 поставлю. Потому что сама трансляция и стрим грузится из-за этого. Давайте просто 720. А не 60 FPS. Пятый матч, кого голосовать. На канале есть видос. Посмотрим еще, кто как отыграет. Кто качество резко упал хоть 720.
And it's a terrific brawler to be carrying gems with a lot of speed, a lot of evasion possibilities, and just holding his own right now, able to not quite take down OP, but stay alive, secure the set, and so far, pretty smooth ride for Team Kesso, although that first game was a little bit...
Довольны, выиграли. Только не спамим чат жестко. Да, сейчас горячая зона у нас.
But in some ways, and this is a bit of advice to any of the teams out there in EMEA, if you're playing against Team Kesso,
не, у Арка это не хромаки. Начнем с того, что у него на ушах, видите, контурный свет такой, который светит сзади у него. Это у нас с репоем. Вопросов, как я понял, не было. Ой, диспетчер задач закрыл.
On the side of OGS, and again, got to reiterate this and the importance of that win in that first set because Team Kesso are in the running for MSI. They need to get into the final stages
Изи. Ну, сейчас, по сути, последний сет выиграть Тим Клейсу. Горячей зоны, и все, они идут в полуфинал. Это халява тогда будет. А сейчас смотреть статистика. 32 FPS. Тут не 30 FPS, 32.
As consistent. Had some good moments early on in the first game, but then it started just falling apart. And I think their biggest mistake so far from OGS was just that overextension. That seemed to be a bit of a reoccurring problem with players just to the bushes or not expecting a max with speed to come out and have a free kill. Those sort of mistakes you can't afford to do against a team like Team Kesso, and so far Team Kesso.
Hot zona, ring on fire.
The same. Just a little bit more consideration needed for the ranges of what we were seeing there for me. Just too close in terms of proximity. I think that's why I know I keep bringing up Amber, but it is one of those brawlers as well that kind of it's a bit like hard to kind of establish what the range is. Sometimes it can creep up a lot. And
какие русские команды будет? Их нету, братан. СНГ регион до сих пор нету из-за войны. Давайте добьем 50 лайков на стриме хотя бы. Кто еще не прожил лайк, прожмите. Бакс вообще это Европа. Ну, там вроде, если не ошибаюсь, Дарк Ангел, по сути, из СНГ. Вопрос? Да, сейчас отвечу. 8. Ответили? Что, блин, не успели? Я вроде быстро пытался. Поздно. Это вроде задержка на стриме минимальная. Успел, кто-то успел, кто-то нет. Ну, выпускает когда катки. Ну, зачем? 3К. Поздравляю, кто зафармил. Задержка вот и не сильно, 4 секунды задержка. Раньше было 10 почти. Нажмите в эфире стрим. У меня есть задержка. Задержка на стриме. Я же говорю, сейчас чекну. Но это не сюда. Так. Так, алло. Так, алло. Ну вот. Я сказал так, алло, и через секунду-две, может. 735 смогу 2К, если завтра еще что-то. Ну да, завтра еще будет. Успеешь, в принципе, 2К. Я выбрал 5, но это неправильно было. Ссылка еще на ответы в описании. Ответы на викторине, не все ответы, но многие есть, тут можете посмотреть. Ссылка в описании. Sprout there as well as the Rico. He's going to be loving this, and he's not over yet. Oh my word, Rafa, calm down, mate. Oh my word, this is looking like an absolute. Oh dear, OGS. Потому что в следующем месяце будет следующая игра.
Anyone who does ends up going down just moments after. Already sitting on what, 5 kills for Rafa. This is
Заметили, скины есть красивые, дорогие, 149 гемов, а звуки атаки не изменены у них. Ну, справа еще подходит скин и звук, но вот, например, у Барлея с пирожками этими, как он называется? Барли с плюшками. Мортис имба. Да, вот залетает, прям, если б не Рик ульта, был бы еще жив. Я первый раз, сколько раз очку, если вы правильно команду? 100 очков. За просто, что ты сделал предикт. 10 очков за правильный 100. А, кстати, 60 FPS ты не заметил на чемпионате? Типа, как было 300, так и оставить хоть 60 FPS врублял. Значит, они стримят как бы 60 FPS, но геймплей их не 60. Ну, бодиамон тоже классно. Ну, не скажу, прям им было. Матч-поинт для Team Койсо. Есть такое.
Is on the right this time around. Javi follows up with a second as he takes down some Bentley, and so far, once again, the better start from Team Kesso and Rafa, just doing a great job at focusing on the Sprout, getting some bats to connect here and there if possible, but he does end up getting shut down. Problem is, this does not really give that much more control to OGS, as Gugu is still incredibly low, and they don't really have the HP pool either to just sit in the zone. They need a Sprout wall like this. But you know, when you have the mortars available to Rafa to just shut you down, it's gonna be hard. And so far, OGS are struggling to find anything.
Интересно, вот все команды, вот киберспортсмены ставят приписку своей команды всегда, а если вот челик не поставит. Он такой, все, мы тебя кикаем с нашей киберспортсмен команд. Смотри, OGS это засели на центре с спраутом и ультой. Смогу накопить еще 250 мне. Это максимум можно накопить тут 1000. Но в общей сумме 1500 можно за стрим нафармить. Если довольно много правильных будет. И следующий чемпионат можешь 1000 где-то. MVP будет Рофа. А без разницы, кто MVP, на ваше мнение. Это вы типа предикты. Да, за Мортиса лёд и так. Остается 15%, и Тим Койс забирает. Суперфинал приходит. Ой, полуфинал, суперфинал далеко. Ура! Тим Койсо выигрывает. Ура! Фотку показывай. Идет в какой-то комнате, идем шуток. Андрей обнимается так. А Буцика не дали. Это твой бесследный. Так, MVP сейчас будет. Так, сбылся. Кого говорили там? Руфа, давайте его.
We had a couple of reservations on in previous months, to be honest, because it started off phenomenal. Then it took a little bit of a backseat. Now I feel like they are.
Это викторина. Ой, это MVP. Следующий у нас Репли Тотем против Бакс. Ну, я за Репли Тотем. Если там будет Ангелбой, будет интересно.
You know, and thing is as well, it's not just about the pick to me, it's about how they played it out as well, because Mortis, if you manage to isolate him a little bit and funnel him with some clever sprout walls and get some, you still have decent damage on the Rico and on the Lola, so it is possible to shut it down, but the execution was great from Team Castle.
Ну что не так, что? Все нормально? Все, опять время вышло? Ну, это уже сами виноваты. Я прям сидел и показывал, что MVP появляется. Прям на нем.
MVP to come as well. If it's not Rupper, I riot. That's how this one goes. There it is.
РСК победили. Но я не знаю, кого они еще победили. Ну, что, посмотрим, как они играют. Ну, я пока ставлю реплитот. Трика, поздравляю кого Трика, друзья. Меня поддержите лайком, подпиской на канал с колокольчиком. Хотя подпишитесь на мой телеграм-канал, ссылочку сейчас скину вам чатик. И, кстати, там добили уже 500 подписчиков, идем уже к 1000. Залетайте, чтобы не пропускать информацию по поводу чемпионатов, вообще новых видосиков, стримов, всегда там оповещаю в телеграме. Ссылочка в чате. Переходите, просто вступайте и все. А что ты поменяешь? Что я поменяю? Я поменял. Вопрос ли ты про это? 2,5. Вот они. Бакс вроде. 2,5 мэна.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Это что они там пиарят? Сапоги свои. Welcome back. Come back. Я выбрал бакс. А еще ж нельзя. Нельзя ж еще голосовать. Я апнул 3К, я уже понял, что я... Во. Сейчас увидите правильный ответ. Тара, угадал, кстати. Вопрос. Да я уже на стриме ответил. Тара, угадал. Ну, вы написали вопрос, я уже сразу ответил. А, вопрос. Вы рофлите, а задержка как будто. Включите в эфире, вы услышите. Какая задержка теперь? Вот здесь. Ой, 17 секунд, да я обновлю. Это огромное. Спасибо, Артик. Мбаогейм. Называй меня Мбаогейм, не ошибешься. 506 подписчиков в Телеграме. Залетайте, подписывайтесь. Как включить что? Теперь какая задержка? 14 секунд. Если я так оставлю. А, она пропадет. Как-то задержка большая. Или то, что качество меньше. Но это плюс подписка. Спасибо. Только если подписывать, то смотрите и другие видосы, а не ради чемпионата. На канале много видосов каждый день. Ну, 12 секунд. Задержка. Нет тут низкой задержки, я бы вырубил. Make sure that you're doing that. Join us in the fun. Talk us through your predictions. This is what we did for Trap. You went here for reply totem. I went for backs. Remind the viewers at home why you went for that and why you disagreed with me. I don't know why you went. But...
Yeah, I mean, who would disagree with Ark? He's the all-knowing, powerful force of the world. But yeah, I went for Totem over Backs. I just think they've been a team for so much longer. I know that Backs are having some roster issues at the moment with Cyclone having exams and stuff like that. Nadine put out a very questionable tweet before the stream as well, which made both Ark and Teddy question their decisions. Not the best time to put it out, I wouldn't say, but nonetheless, I think Totem, they've really started to get in the groove and started playing better as a team, just like they did in 2021. So I think they'll probably come out on top of this one.
Yeah, I think really valid points there for sure. The Reply Totem definitely are starting to get a little bit of a firmer grasp on things, getting some momentum in this competition. So the President Maru and Mari, of course, the very little introduction considering that they were the top performing team in EMEA at the World Finals last year. So it was a bit of a slow one coming into things, but now they are starting.
Хорошо ли команда изменилась? Они так прикольно нарисованы, этот Морти. А, вот это чего я помню. Бакс синий? А, типа ставите? Я поставлю реплитот.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Toe have just been looking, they've been getting better and better throughout the year. Had a shaky start, had a tough time adjusting to the draft format, but They have been seeming to get better and better as time goes on. Here is the roster of backs, formerly known as 2.5 Men, Lars, Cyclone, and Nadine.
Ну и где ваш? Я уж даже до Аркангела, это европейский бакс. Максимум я сказал. А, да, реально 2,5 мэна. А я помню, они выигрывали. Тогда 2,5 мэна свою какую-то обычную создали парофонную команду, а теперь их организация подписала.
Let's see how they fare. It's definitely not the easiest of brackets at all for them. They're going to have to work very, very hard today, but I think they've got it in them. I think they've got it in them.
Да, сейчас надо выбирать.
I mean, knocking out a team like SK Gaming in the previous month is, you know, it's nothing to skip over. It's a huge achievement in itself. Don't think they actually got past the semi-finals though.
Арк так вебку смотрит.
They just need to really dig down, you know, get back to their roots, ignore everything that's been going on, exams and stuff. They might have not been scrimming, which can also help them out at some points as well, just purely because you're going to have some very, very
Истерический смех.
random
Это что значит?
picks, especially after the bound changes and stuff like that.
Хотя ботку добавили, реплицода там, это их черный логотип, он сливался бы.
Sometimes, Trav, sometimes, you know, people can get a bit crazy, you know, I mean, imagine it. Well, Super Beach coming in thick and fast, and a very important draft, got to be said for both sides here. Squeak being banned immediately then by reply system along with Sandy and Byron. B is a very underrated ban here, actually, and one I do like from backs as well as the Barley and the Crow, the first pick. Ruffs. Okay, I mean, Eve's up for grabs, surely going to be coming in here as a mid for reply totem, but what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, I'm a fan of the bans. You can see with Bax as the first pick, they didn't want to ban those really strong brawlers, whereas, you know, on the side of Reply Totem, they did just because Bax had that first pick. They've taken Ruffs. I'm not sure how I feel about that as a first pick. I think there probably are some stronger brawlers, and that's something that I probably would be expecting a Max to kick things
Артур, правда, что в туалете скилл прибавляется? Не проверял. Проверьте.
Sandy probably would be the preferable brawler for them, but obviously that being banned out, they might have to pair it with.
Иска на изи выиграли, сейчас посмотрим, но это будет жестко.
As the Barley's banned out the way, so that's one less counter for it to have.
I mean, Max is definitely dangerous. It's going to have to be a consideration for Bax here. As a B would have been a great thing to have to slow it down, and Maori going to be going in with the spike. Okay, so far no one's liking the idea of Eve, and I personally do. I mean, I really do feel like it's got a lot of ability to shove back, but either way, I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised if...
Жду иска моей любимой команды. Да, я тоже жду. У меня после Нави идет.
Not opposed to a Frank here. It's one of the places that I feel meta-wise it could potentially work, but it did prove costly, I think, the last time that they used this. Let's see, I think Loader's a safer bet there from Nadine. Do you like that one? Starting to show itself a little bit more in maps and modes where it didn't used to be. It was primarily used in Heist, but now starting to seep through into both Hot Zone and also into Brawl now as well. So far so good, but the lack of thrower for me is definitely an interesting one. Barley would
Политически лучше, еще скажешь, что там шанс на Лигу увеличивается. Да, СК разнесут всех, я с этим согласен. Говорят, что 2,5 мэна разносили СК. А, да, тогда же все, типа, СК говно и так далее. Когда 2,5 мэна выиграли. Но на Бакс из-за этого и подписалась с ними.
He's going to maybe have a little bit of a tough time against the life plant, take a couple of shots to take it down, but it's nothing compared to what it used to be, sitting about 1,750 HP now. It's really not too much to be scared of. Kind of intrigued what their last pick is going to be on the side of Totem. Backs do have a kind of well-rounded comp. Haven't seen Lola too much in Brawl, and they've taken the Nita, taken a leaf out of East Asia's book. We did see
на Леона шанс большего, не знаю.
Tried and proven pick by some of the best players in the world, and honestly, with the piercing damage, you're going to be able to pierce directly through that.
Кто там дальше? Да.
Interesting for sure. It's one that I've yet to be completely convinced by, despite it maybe starting to glimmer through, but obviously Reply Totem were keeping an eye out for that region today and want to take a leap out of it. Fair enough. I've got to be honest, this is not the draft that I was expecting here, but one that I'm excited to see how it does fare. Fly Totem very aggressive out of the gates as Maori really gets a firm grasp on the mid there, needing pushed back, and Lars too, very low HP for him. Definitely seems like Reply Totem are the aggressor here. Whether that will remain the same moving forwards, but it's a very good potential goal scoring opportunity here for them if they can start to get more pressure, but not going to be. Takedown is there, and Dean will be able to get this ball cleared.
Толя теперь хоть силой ММА с подвала, который... Ну пока реплито там держит Бакс. На сайте внизу морды это смайлики слева и справа. Если вы за тотом, реплитотом, то слева, если за Бакс справа. Я на Твиче смотрю, меня нет. Как ты транслитом пишешь? Им транслитом пишу.
Feed a little bit into Soda Breza there. He's probably 1 or 2 shots away from Bear. Break off the right hand side there to give Cyclone a bit more of a potential to shoot through. This is a good opportunity here for Bax if they can start to confirm some kills. Everyone healing up now though, but position wise they're in a good spot. They've been showing resistance, and it was a good defense so far. Bit of a slow start for them, but now maybe starting to gain some confidence here, but they've got to realistically hold it.
Еще на центре держатся друг другом.
Might be on the receiving end again and have to defend. Mario's got super on the right hand side as well and not afraid to show it. He is the only one aside from Lars that does, and that's a big factor here.
Никто не рискует вообще.
Both teams looking to just cycle through and trying to gain the advantage of having a super.
На стул накидали. Перезайди на сайт, зачем?
Which is going to be quite useful for overtime, and overtime's not going to be something that Totem are scared of. They've got this curveball Spike, they got the Max who's going to have speed back momentarily. And then Spike does go down just prior to it. Going to have time to come back up though, but that's going to be a big loss of control before these walls do come down. Ruff's going to be going over onto the Nita, who is just straight up pushing it instantly. Taking it extremely low, but does pick up Bear, needs to heal up.
Все равно не появился. На сайте присоедин. Да не появится из-за перехода. Это сам сайт решает, когда появятся эти морды. Натянули до овертайма. Ну, жесть. Да, Бакс выиграет первый.
Looking very much like he might have been able to pick that one up. I know that you probably felt the same.
Yeah, just about. I mean, it was a close one. It was good effort on goal, to be honest with you, and they did just manage to squeeze it through. I was expecting more from Totem in the early game, to be fair, and I think that is pretty much what they need to do. Have a bit of a more explosive...
Доигрались.
Gets the life plant down, gets some heals off it whilst pushing up on Cyclone, keeping him low. But Soda Breza with another really, really solid start, but they just can't get anything off the back of it.
I think you're right, realistically there. This cover can stay up, it's going to help out Reply Totem.
Накидывают, ля. Если они опять реплито там что-то пушат, держат, но потом Бакс опять контратак и сидят. Они ждут всегда раскрытия карты, заметь. Насоски нимба. Ну да, он классный. Только как-то эффектов на топорах не хватает. Какие-то они просто летают и все.
To get out of this spawn and apply some aggression, and Reply Totem now on the hunt.
Totem on the back lines, so he needs to try and get this bear before it gets too late. Dashes come through and the takedown's there. Gasahil assists him in the takedown as well. Nadine's going to pull through and he's going to get the takedown.
Надо материться, ты рофлишь? Никто не матерится. Опять Бакс забили.
Really nicely done, gotta be said. So Backs today have come out strong, but it's not. I mean, there's been some good positioning power from Reply Totem. It's got to be said they've been in the spot time and time.
Было бы разбито, почти гол.
I wasn't on target there at all, and Dean will just push it safely away for Lars to keep in the corner. And why not? 45 seconds remain. If they keep that ball there and just apply pressure, providing that reply totem don't get to it, it's an instant win, but the max is a consideration. The Nita here, they've got a lot of pushback potential. to get to
Медведь
that
золотой
point,
ходит.
But I like the way that backs are playing this, slow but sure and smart.
Аркангел вообще с СНГ, а не с Европы.
Absolutely ruthless for Totem to do. They've got the speed. This is the last chance they're going to get. And Mori straight out of spawn gets absolutely melted by Nadine and Lars. No chance of a push out here. 13 seconds on the clock. And even if they do get out, they're not going to get to the ball, not going to get the goal in. Backs are going to take the first set. And to me, it's a bit of a surprise. But with your predictions, I'm sure you're quite happy.
Все, Бак забирает Бравл Бол. Печально. Переходим ко второму режиму.
Go against my predictions and my view on things. It's always right. No, absolutely no. I fully agree, and that does say quite a strong statement when you think about it about backs and how they're going about this competition, as you rightly put.
Прикиньте, Бакс выиграет вообще всем. Бакс ГГ. Странного ума, чтобы была инфа, что он бил бой будет. Сам не знает. Как и мы тоже. Да никто не знал, что Бакс это подпишется с ними вот челиками. 2,5 мэна. Почему 2,5 мэна, интересно? Кто-то их не отыгрывает прям жестко, что ли?
Zero deaths, by the way.
7-0 as well. That's what I was kind of focusing down on. I didn't even see the team damage. DPS is massive as well, which is kind of expected from Lola, but 43% of team damage and 7 takedowns with 0 deaths is just absolutely immaculate.
Им придется зону и сейф тащить. Да, 2 режима подряд. По темочке давайте. Какая инфа? Что за инфа, про что? А потом верь твоим предиктам. Кто знал, что Бакс будет челики идти? Начнем с того. Пацаны, смотрите все чемпионаты. А не приходить на последний чемпионат. Шансы есть, конечно. Что за испытание старое? Ну, увидите. Вопрос? Реплитотом, реплитотом. Спасибо, что сказали. Пишите все. Ни одного видео уже хватит. Я до этого знал, что репли. Последние секунды. Ему пох забить. Почему пох вы рофлите? Последние секунды. Кстати, а чё в Италии ушли? Не знаю, надо его спрашивать, что пост сделал. Я вообще с этой ситуацией вообще сейчас не играют чемпионаты большие. Ну, Бакс это у них СНГ, не европейский, как сейчас играет. That's definitely not parallel plays, but parallel plays, you've got the offensive zone, you've got the defensive zone, you need to balance it perfectly.
Yeah, this is the thing, it is parallel plays coming up, it's not knockout, but you're right, that is definitely a knockout map. Yeah, exactly that, it is about, staying on your feet, staying on the zone.
Задержка, я знаю. Любого стрима будет задержка. Здесь 12 где-то секунд. Потому что почему-то не могут рубить низкую задержку. Другие стримы есть такое, CSGO там. А здесь нету. На стриме не бешеная задержка. Clearly an idea which they've been screaming, and the bell, which I do love here from Dean. So Sprout here could be a powerful one to consider for reply totem. We've seen that brawler have a lot of shutdown potential. Streamer down.
Not only do I love those
Ну
two
ладно.
cards that backs have picked, I absolutely love them against Pam. That's just amplifying it a little bit more. You get the turret down, you got bell shots bouncing.
Если я тебе, ботику,
Lola, Ego,
ты не успел ответить на вопрос, ты не виноват, держу в курсе.
Pam isn't a brawler who I've seen being first picked very, very rarely on parallel plays. And I guess with a few of these bans, it does have to force something like that out, but they are going to pair it with a bow, which I did see earlier in East Asia, and it seemed to pay off in certain situations. The right balance of defense.
Девочки любимые, расправьте, распилите их на части.
Placing mines in these choke points that are extremely valuable to certain teams, and you know, valuable to win the game is why it's such a good brawler. But it does take a while to work for those, especially if you're getting someone aggressive taking down your bow totems.
Yeah, it's definitely an unforgiving one, and it's about how you play it for sure. I'm still kind of on the fence. Bo, I think, is very niche, but those that can play it and really make it work have done so. I think for me, I'm favoring it to be more in knockout at the moment, just simply for the late game. I've yet to kind of see it in parallel play, so that'll be an interesting one.
Мне надо, чтобы противники не смотрели, что они выбирают. Да. Чтобы они полили инфу всю.
Here for the final pick could be a spike. Could be Gale, yeah, that's a fantastic drop from Lars. Gale here would have been much better for reply token instead of the bow, in my opinion. But let's see how this one plays out. Maybe they've got a plan up their sleeve. I'm favoring the backs draft here for sure. But if reply token can pull this off,
Бакс
it'll be
тащить.
fantastic for them. But like you said,
О, ничего себе, печенька, тут видео умножения. 9 на 2, 18, 9 на 3, 27. 9 на 4, 36, 9 на 5, 45, 99 на 6, 54 и так далее. Да, 9 на 9, 81.
It's all pretty much going to be down to who gets a good position early game. And so far by looks is, I mean...
Все так за бакса, а в вопросе в чате 67% за репли тотал.
Cut off there by Mori is going to get tapped up by Nadine a few times though. Sodabrez are already pushing on, and this isn't something you see every day with Gale. You know, you want to push up into that position, you want to get an early twister down to stop them from getting there. And if he can get in onto this wall now, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to push him off.
Joyce walks on very straight through there. I mean, he's found the gaps, of course, along the way, but a nice twist from Cyclone will help a little bit of this defense, but definitely Reply Totem showing a good, solid start, an aggressive start early on. I think that Lars now having a super could be quite key, but there's actually quite a strong play there from Mario, popping the mines with the gadget there, not running super totem, which I quite like, actually just to really provide visibility without having
Это рофл или нет? 6 на 7 это 42.
Helping out too much. Lars is doing a fantastic job. He can even throw the ego over the wall here and just stay behind, but he's going to go in aggressively, and I think this is a good attempt here from Backs to push.
That was some wonderful team play coming across from Cyclone as well. He knocked one of them into wall so Nadine could get the assist on it. It was a great play all around. Does miss that knockback though, and that should assist Soydabreza in pushing up a little bit further, but Lars is still on this zone.
Ничего себе, умножать умеете.
Instantly explode them with his gadget, just to break up that wall.
Смотри, почти что наравне идут. Ну сейчас Бакс опять вперед идут.
Nice pinch in there from Dean. Ego's placed down and Mori should be following, going straight back into the spawn, should I say. And it looks like he is just now. Maru should fall and follow suit. Soydabreza all alone on the map now, and that is a great shot from Nadine. He's not stopping.
Вот гадина стоит и забирает все.
Just taking up and soaking all this percentage up. 3 people pushing into an aggressive position now. This is looking dreadful for Totem.
Honestly, phenomenal takedowns.
Фиаско, матчпоинт для Бакс. Что все за Бакс?
I mean, match point. That match point. Amazing stuff. I mean, when I'm looking on social media, what Dean said, it's got to be a joke, right? It's got to be a meme before the show because, like, the way that.
Арб шоке, матчпоинт, а матчпоинт.
It's so good. Reply Totem are bang in trouble, and they've got to do a full reverse sweep to be able to stay in today's competition. They're going to be going home very quickly if nothing changes.
Yeah, well, they're going to need some quick explosive plays from Soydabreza if something is going to change, because it looked good at the start of the last game, but then just from there it all went downhill. Maru is going to get connected by him. Lars just pushing down the left hand side yet again. Ego been picked up already. We've got freeze frame being popped.
Бата и Горзона нет здесь, зачем ты пишешь такое?
Is immaculate even with the amount of time they've had off.
I mean, it's great to see a team that, realistically, have got as much experience as Reply Totem, really, when you think about it. Just Cyclone coming in as the fresher face to this year and a great start, a fantastic start for him. A player that, again, I had my eye on last year, but great to see him making his way forwards this year. Totem really need to respond to this, but I feel like Bax have got the draft they wanted as well. The Lola, clearly the idea which they've been floating around a lot. Totem now have secured their zone, but Bax not far behind on theirs either. Now the fight for opposing zones begins, and Totem's position is quite strong on this right-hand side, to be fair to them.
Спасибо, это лучше. Да не за что. Кто будет конфетку? Надеюсь, камбэкнут. Будет сложно, но, я не знаю, шанс есть небольшой. Я буду рад, если они разнесут в финале эти бакс. Где кнопка, не знаю. Нету. Че на стон скилл?
Really solid. Sawyer's just hanging on for dear life here, and even a three-man pinch can't do it. Oh my word, Sawyer's still there. Cyclone can't.
Начинает захватывать пока что.
They'd love to get that wall taken down ideally, but with no wall break to do it. That wall is staying there for as long as Reply Totem wants it. Great stun on the left. Lars very susceptible.
82%. Подумаешь, будут фиксить Дженнет? Конечно. Всех новых хроматиков фиксили. Уху! Реплито там! Первая победа! Ты какой камбэк? Подожди. Здорово всем. Не забывайте ставить лайк, на канал подписываться, друзья, кто это еще не сделал. Хоть спамить кнопкой своей, гений ты. Не фиксили база, вроде фиксили в начале сразу. Free push up the right hand side. Scrapsucker plays towards the mid, but not able to get anything back from it. Bowmine's over the left hand side, and this is what I mean. The choke points, you just put them there, and it's going to be really tough for the opposing team to push up.
Yeah, especially as Murray can just choose to trigger them at any moment if he chooses to. Definitely a consideration. At the moment, though, Bax really wants to get this early time on the zone.
Странно, морда появилась. Сюда не найти.
Some of the shots and allow him to heal, but not able to get Murray taken down. Dean coming in to help now as he really would love
to появилась. Nice.
Mistakes so far for the most part. Another ego going down, freeze frame there as well, allowing potential to push. Nice taps from Dean as well.
Пока реплю чуть обходит по процентам, но это небольшая разница.
Yeah, 3% deficit, but that's nothing to complain about at this point. They've got good control, well, until Lars falls, that is. More mines being placed a bit further up the map now, and Mori putting himself in a position where he can't be stunned against that wall if Cyclone does choose to throw it out, and he does miss it once again. That's a couple of mistakes from Cyclone over the right hand side.
Команде что? 4? Команде СК? Ну, запасной всегда. Друзья, на 10 тысяч подписчиков вас ждет интересный видосик с историей, подкастом небольшим, связанным со мной, Аурумом. Так что советую вам подписаться на канал прямо сейчас, чтобы такой интересный видос не пропустить. Ну и просто колокольчик нажмите, чтобы каждый видос не пропускать. И стримчанские. Так что лайк, подписка, друзья, на каналчик. Все подписаны? Напишите в чатик плюс, кто подписан уже на мой канал. А кто не подписан, подписывайтесь, давайте. А реплитотом, кажись, все, фиаско. Да, ГГ. Бакс переходит в полуфинал. Мне крашик что-то, сердечко показать. Кстати, наушники идут.
at a time like this when they're having some issues with the team and they're still able to perform that.
Готовьтесь, MVP сейчас будет.
Why they have to make changes and why you just can't come back after his exams that
И викторина должна быть.
played so well. The synergy just
И
seems to
трай
come
против
together.
СК.
Even with a few mistakes, they just
Я
take
за
it
СК,
like that.
но
It's
будет
just
сложно
makes
тут
sense totally
обоим
makes sense.
командам.
Strong team as well, so that can't be the issue that is going on. It's clearly just backs being very, very strong. Moving on to the
Убираем
semi-finals, and no matter who wins this next game, they're going to have a very, very tough
MVP.
opponent moving on to it.
Когда лицо покажешь на 100 тысяч подписчиков. В Телеграме есть мое лицо, можете найти. В ВК, в Дискорде. Я такой красавчик.
It was a really tough one in terms of the predictions, to be completely honest, and one that could have gone either way, and it really depended on how the beginning showings of their performance.
Должна сейчас викторина быть.
I felt like they just had the momentum going in, and clearly the ideas were there with their.
С леском себе на башке.
Again, Lars showing us in terms of the stats why that was a great thing to have. High DPS, but so much control. I think a lot of teams, you know, well, certainly, I think SK and Tribe going forwards are going to be looking a little bit into that as their potential opposition. I think you got to start banning the Lola against Lars because honestly, he's flying with it.
It just looks so good, honestly. Backs all round, and there you go. You see, that's the kind of statistics that would mirror Lola as well. That aggression, but also just having to get kills over deaths. Lars is going to be the MVP for this one as well, and rightly so with those.
Просто пока нет.
30 damage per second, and that's against a bow as well, who's just going to be playing so passively, waiting for those.
Ну, как типа в Векторе. А, не пиксельная, не Вектор. Все боты? Да.
Solid vote there on event.brawlstars.com.
Рассказывают что-то.
Votes are casted. Make sure that you're getting over there, getting in your votes, and you'll, esports trivia on the way. Hopefully as well your predictions are faring pretty well and that you didn't listen to Trav for that last game. But of course, that is where you go to place them. If you listen to me, you'd probably do better in earning your way towards a
Happy Brain. Какая рофлисти. Я тоже за СК, все 50 на 50 пока что в чате.
Yeah, well, I would like to mention, I'm just going to bring this up just because of the amount of shit that I saw to me. He did vote totem on event.brawlstars.
Кому
I was
рот?
going to bring it up, but just at this point, I'm not having this level of stuff thrown at me.
Красные свою.
He's doing these 50-50 votes, half on stream, half off stream, so he can never be wrong. This is just how it goes.
All lies.
He's on the fence.
Absolute lies. I've already got the pin last week. Got the pin last week, I'm fine. I've got anything to lose. Right, moving on.
Так.
Try going the SK Gaming.
Фоус. Типа похоже из этого. Фоус. Дрейд сейчас будет стримить. Сатик этот. Сейчас он врубит вебку. Стоун! О! С банками какими-то.
They've been looking extremely good the past 2 months, especially in
Wow.
the finals. Had a few issues in a few of the different community leagues, ESL and stuff like that. They've had a tough time and only just made the cusp in a couple of the qualifying runs. Did win one of the qualifiers in that as well. But in BSC, they've been looking flawless. Probably should have won the first month, won the second month, and in the third month they're looking strong.
Как будто пират на заднем фоне, у него это... Спили. Конечно, успели. Ставки ставят? Ой, Гулия. Гулия VGX. А что за VGX? Ничего себе. За трайп больше. Ну как, трайп отлетели, конечно, наверное. От бакс. Ну сейчас, теперешний. Ой, сидят. Вон Гулия. Мерседес. HUQR. Что это, реклама? Что там зашнуровывает? Короче, реклама Мерседеса.
Nonetheless, though, I feel like this will be a tough one for the predictions. I'm keen to see what the viewers have said. We voted for Tribe, I think, unanimously on the casting desk, but this is by far the toughest of the predictions today.
Колесо вряд ли, ну посмотрим.
And it's quite sad to know it means so little for the MSI because both of these teams are already confirmed to be going. But nonetheless, it's going to be an amazing match regardless. Just the two top teams in the region so far facing off against each other in the quarterfinals is nothing to just skip over. So it's going to be an absolutely explosive match no matter what.
Не, у Арка такой офигенный фон.
I voted Tribe because I'm a biased English caster. I'm not sure about Ark, but nonetheless, I think this is a 50-50, and it pretty much is 55-45. This is one of the closest votes we've actually seen.
Вот видите вот это пинбол, который вышел у нас, типа вот эти шарики? Это ж вот это и есть. Может, это раньше была карта, держу в курсе. Может, это был спойлер какой-то? Вот эта графика. Это, конечно, домики. Погнали.
They are still actually, in my opinion, more dangerous when they are, and you just cannot turn your back on them. They're able to come out of some really sticky situations. Speaking of sticky, Squeak being banned on both.
Сколько забанили обои. Да, вчера, ой, в прошлый раз слились.
As well as the Squeak on both sides, Sandy and Max. So 5 brawler bans in play, and the first pick coming in from SK is going to be Colonel Ruffs. Definitely there are some brawlers which SK still like to play that are available here, and I wonder whether Tribe Gaming will try and snap those up before they do.
Yeah, just take Stu, just before it gets too late.
Yeah, that's what
I'm pretty sure every time they play, they always play SK in this map, and they always play Stu, and they always lose. So just take it. Do not let them get the chance. Stu Mantic can't be allowed this kind of power, especially in a matchup like this. But the Tribe's first pick should be coming in momentarily. They take Crow. Know how much they love that brawler, and how much Tom loves it. And I'm glad to know that when I was recommending Surge earlier in East Asia, that I'm not completely deluded because it was banned out by Trade Gaming. I'm pleased to see it.
Yeah, Surge definitely took a knock, to be fair, in the balancings and the maintenance, but I think we also saw Bo, I think, there on the East Asia side of things for Crystal Arcade. Could be wrong, but nonetheless, a really, really viable brawler pick. Again, I do think Bo's very niche, but this is one of the places where I think he can thrive. How will SK respond, however, that is the question, but yeah, the surge nerf was to reduce the power surge, requiring just the one level rather than the 2 that you would be able to obtain off the back of it. But I still think he's dangerous and one worthy of that ban. Definitely no mid at the moment for SK, so that's a consideration that they would like to have. The Baron being out of the mix means that it could be a Bell or a Piper, and it is going to be the Bell. That makes a lot of sense from the side of EA and Stu. I think that.
Oh dear.
What do you thoughts, Trav? Like, because they didn't pick Stu on the side of Tribe. Do you think they should have done as opposed to what they did?
I don't know. Maybe they've just got some kind of game plan that's going to be able to combat it just as much as picking it and getting or banning it would be. I was quite surprised to not actually see them ban it on this map and try and take advantage of the fact that they would really want
Зависает стрим.
I'm not sure if they're just going to
Может,
take
чуть-чуть было.
solid pick against a few of these brawlers. I think
Просто пропуск кадров сидят как Нави на финале в офисе. Это буткем, да. У них там реклама Мерседеса, заметили? После как проиграли, Мерседес их рекламу заказала.
The thing, like Tripwire now, as we saw in the last match between Backs and Reply Totem, rather, just using that gadget to instantaneously break the left-hand side could be the plan here. It's going to mean they're going to have the rage advantage over Chaos. But I think it's going to be surely semantic on the Stu. Like, it's going to be semantic.
Чего Нави не участвовать? На канале видос есть, смотрите. Смотрим. Так что не делайте поспешных выводов.
Onto Stu there so that Yoshi can claim it. So Tom going to be on the right hand side lane, giving a lot of visibility over to the team, but those gems in the middle not going to be picked up by Tribe, as EA is going to be able to push forwards now and get some lovely spawn on the way back as well. 3 gems already in the pocket there.
Стрим кончится, когда чемпионаты закончатся.
Guille's pinches so far have just been so on point. Drage was trying to do it early on. He managed to get Semantic out of that position that he wanted to be in, but then just got completely tapped up by Guille in return. There's a possibility of Drake wanting to break up this right-hand side here. I think that'd be quite beneficial in the Bo versus Ruff's matchup, but so far doesn't seem to be moving too much. Has been marked up as well. I do like this Crow over the left-hand side, though, keeping Semantic marked up and ensuring that he's not going to be able to
закончится.
flying under the radar.
Ну, СК не позорно, они слились на отборах там 3-0 слились, Койс и Кап. Почему СК сильные? Ну, потому что там QLIU. Подарить, ты хочешь сказать, на отборах Тим Квейса 3-0 слилось. Накоїся кап, стаміна, стамея. На днях слилось 2-0 до спіномеду. Нинішня бакс. Ага, туди жорстко. С наступающим 9 мая вас тоже. Ну и СКА сейчас набрали кристаллы. Утекают.
No signs of life from Tribe at the moment, still heavily pinned back in spawn, but now they do get some shots off. These nest eggs are just chilling in mid, double connection again. Drage goes down, Yoshi jumps in, but can't.
Гулли собрался, кстати.
Chaos is going to get the tank and SK with the first game.
Yeah, really nice nest egg. The value off the back of that.
Заходит вниз. Смотрит за ними. Он начинается. А, за ними смотрит, типа.
Definitely will come full circle. Nothing the Trump can do about that, and Yoshi, yeah, knows it. I kind of wonder about the pick of the gadget on the side of Tom running the super totem. Kind of prefer if he just had tripwire just to eradicate that and swap lanes to keep on the steal. I think it's the better matchup this time round, realistically here, and they will win the right hand side lane this time around. But now GA gonna tap into Drage. That will take down, trade out. However, Chaos.
На секунд 10, да ничего страшного.
That means that no one can really get to the gems. Surely gonna go back into the pocket of SK.
Looks that way, but Semantic chooses actually not to go for them, which is quite surprising, but at the same time, he's not going to want them in his hands. Tom's going to throw down some mines in a solid position, keeping the lane closed off, and Drage is going to go and open up that mid. Got to be scared of that mark once again, though, and yet again, an early mark onto Drage is going to be really, really bad for him. Now he goes from 2-shot.
СКА салюта, я думаю, выиграет.
2-shot against a Bell, which is never the matchup that he wants in mid.
US pressure as Chaos wants to get a little cheeky scrape there. But EA as well, going to be riding the back of that star power as much as he can. He hits a shot, he can go more aggressive into securing these gems on the right hand side, and Drage goes down. The mark will actually be relieved. At least the Tribe can try to defend these gems for them to go back into the pocket of Drage, and that's where they want to be realistically here. So might be the worst thing in the world, but that has been a lot of lost time.
Да, лучше кто-то за, кто-то против них. 50 на 50, кстати, в чате у нас на ютубе.
Pretty decent trade off the back of that takedown, but they have lost a little bit of time for it. But now all hunkered in, this is looking better for them.
Yoshi just surviving on a slither of HP there, 8 gems in the bank for Tribe now though, and Tom over this left hand side is probably a bit of a better matchup. Chaos going to slot straight back over onto the right. Drage forced to jump away, did get the takedown on Guille prior to that though, and Chaos takes those 2 gems from mid, and I believe that pretty much evens out the scoreline, but no sandbags left, and Yoshi's there to jump in, start the countdown, and no signs of a reset from mid for SK Gaming. Not enough gems in the bank.
Сейчас Трайб забирают, ага, интересно.
Aggressively for it, and Semantic's going to get punished for doing just that.
Yeah, honestly, I think they'll try and play that so well. I think that the reset almost went into their favor there a little bit as well, as again, the mark was the problem. But I could ask the question as well, like, you know, why SK didn't try to swap lanes. It was a much more favorable Tom against the Stu, which is kind of what I thought the plan was going into the matchup. So, you know, we're all tied up either way, but I think that lane choice is going to be a big factor as to who takes this next one. And it's going to be Tom and Semantic yet again on this left-hand side. That may not fare well for SK.
Chaos quick clean up over the right hand side. Another few shots rain down onto Drage, and Semantic's going to take him down. Power up provided early onto Guille, pretty early for that, and it's put him in an even better position. Semantic just trying to get down Yoshi once more, and Drage just constantly getting hit by Guille. Such wonderful gameplay from him throughout this entire set.
Lovely little pinch between Drage and Yoshi there as Semantic was getting... It's very hard to not say Semantic now.
Цели только и прошлый раз, но еще рано делать выбор, скажите.
Quite cozy there, and they had to take him down before he healed up. And again, I think that was a nice gadget pop potentially there from Drage to secure the takedown. If it wasn't, then he has none left either way. Nice slow there from Yoshi. A lot of gadgets being used by Tribe early on. They really want to secure the early lead and wrap this one up quickly. But again, at potentially a cost there. This is a consideration to bear in mind. Nonetheless, though, Tribe are flying at the minute. 7 gems in the pocket, only 3 to SK, and everyone is pushed back into spawn now.
Drage getting a hit though, and he is going to be 2-shot to the powered up Bell, so needs to be careful. Tom has got these mines down here. Semantic just going to be pushing quite aggressively. Yoshi with a nice jump in, does eat the mark as well, so that means he's going to have no super. Going to have the super down from the mines on Tom on the other side as well. Drage
Опять Трэп забирает кристаллы. Фиаско.
SK nowhere to be seen, no chance for
Это 1-0.
Drage goes up and he tries to follow up once more, slowing Toxin in on both of these remaining brawlers as well. Semantic
Сту пытается что-то, но не.
has the jump, has the evasion, and has the first set.
Calm as a cucumber, as we say in the UK. There, Drake just showing no sign of any emotion, but I think that's, you know, what we come to expect realistically here with this kind of level of play. Teams are very much focused on the prize at hand, and they know that it's not over until the very last second has passed of the final game and set 2-1 in favor of Tribe, but SK started off really, really strong. I feel like the drafts, as we would imagine, are always pretty much on point with these two teams either way. It was for me a battle of the lanes, really, but also the approach. In that last instance, like, Tribe was so aggressive, much more so at securing the pinches, giving less control over to SK, whereas SK had a lot more of that control at the very early outset. So that definitely kind of feeds off them a lot. You know, when SK are, you know, getting really cozy in their positions, it tends to feed into their confidence.
Да.
So I think that was
Тебе стрим лагает, чел. Ужас.
Look at the difference in terms of the kills. One player stands out in particular in their trap.
Yeah, Dredge, how many
Остановись,
that
Трис.
must have been 9 gadget kills, I think. So how much we say in actual taking some skill to get. Yeah, nonetheless. So
Трайб выигрывают 1 очко.
Getting some great takedowns on Gear. I'm surprised Gear actually didn't have more because his shots and his pinching seem to be on point throughout near enough the entire game as well. Just really solid plays from the mids, and you know it came down to the lanes a lot of the time, but the lanes were won through the mid through quite a solid portion of those games.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, like, Drage had over twice as many as the 7 on the side of the highest on the side of SK.
Опять подвел галки, битрейт меньше сделал.
And I mean, this is honestly a bit of a brutal one when it comes to Brawl Ball, because this draft is so ever important.
Поставлю 4500.
Or at least whoever wins the coin toss maybe won't ban Squeak because it will be such a strong one to have here, and it is available. I am so surprised by that. Surely SK will lock it in.
Прошу, напрягитесь.
It's going to be a really, really solid pick, because I think it's going to be right up there for Tribe. You can use Residue Gadget on the left or right hand side just to really lock everything down and force everything through the mid.
Эти стримы стоят. Ну, обновим тогда.
Pick, which definitely leaves a solid possibility for Tribe to pick up this Squeak and another very strong brawler along with it as well. So I think this is one of the scenarios where you do want those second 2 picks.
Хорошо, им передам. Залети к ним на вебке, стукни в камеру. Более недоволен. Андрей жует постоянно что-то.
I just think that Squeak may have been the better play here, but either way, it's still a really, really solid thing. If Semantic can get into those spots, if he's running,
Чё нет прыгает?
It does have a great deal of suppressive power behind the safety of cover on sneaky fields. For me here, Lola as well, we saw Lars on that one earlier. Could be a spike here as well for good measures. Would be a decent one to have here. Again, a lot of potential to shut down the lanes. And okay, it's the Ashe. SK bringing out the Ashe, and one that actually here really can work. It's one that is very tried and tested on the side of SK here. So how Tribe will respond to this, we shall see. But that is a fierce comp, actually. I think SK have got a fighting chance.
Definitely so, and without Ems in the mix as well, it's going to be tougher to actually find a counter for this Ashe as a late pick. Possibly they could bring in something like a Frank. We've seen this multiple times throughout East Asia, and you know, a few times in EU this year as well. They take the B. Not something that I expected, but it's definitely welcomed. If it does go late game overtime, it's going to be just so good against all of these opposing brawlers. I feel like that's a very, very solid pick from Tribe to take as a last resort. And also they got the Gale as well, so you can't complain about that as a defensive measure either.
I agree. The one downside to B, however, and I think it'll be Drage on the B, is very accomplished B at that. But if the robotic rats come in from the Ashe, they're going to be a struggle for the B to be able to deal with. And that's going to require a lot of synergy and teamwork. Drage on the B, Tom on the Squeak, and instantly left-hand side, the residue coming in to lock it down. And that was what I thought would be the case. But Semantic wins the right-hand side lane. Low on HP now, and Honey Molasses forced out by Drage. But it is a very strong start from SK. This is leading towards a goal at this rate.
Knockback comes in from Yoshi, and 650 damage on each one as well will clean up those robotic rats as well.
Может, Бравл затащит сейчас? СК. Разнесут трайп или нет? Что думаете?
He's going to come once again straight for that honey molasses and take that down instantly. It's a great position to be in. And then ego thrown down and freeze frame as well. That's going to take a lot of B shots to take that down, and they've just got so much to tank with all of these supers from SK for the B.
This is the thing realistically here on the defensive. Drake's used already 2 molasses. Nice stun there from Yoshi, getting a lot of value, and that's a great way to push through the right hand side lane. And the amplified shot there from Drake connecting nicely onto Chaos, and that's giving them a little bit of a breather here. But they've got to get that ball forwards. They've got to get back into position here and back into control. The squeak is a great thing to have for that reason, but at the moment SK have had all their way of things so far. Now is the chance for Tribe to start to lay this down and get back into control here.
Great pitch by Tribe there to take down the Ash before it can really start to explode into a frenzy of just rage.
Господи, помоги. Чем я тебе помогу? Пока 0-0, но тут они опять что тянут до раскрытия как будто. Ну, сейчас убили, фланг один. QLIU и начинает пушить. Ну и забивает гол. Жесть.
Just can't believe, honestly. I mean, how well Tribe is staying composed, because again, with the history that these guys have together and the way that SK have always found a way of clawing the way back in, that they're not giving them the chance at the moment. The ball left in the mid, I feel like it's got to be pushed forwards. I don't know why. Okay, the residue's on it. That's the reason why. But even so, you've got to push for that. Semantic now couldn't receive the pass. It will be a goal, but
Вау, вау, на грани. СК.
Yeah, but overtime, Squeak, Gale, and B. Can you really lose this? And if you do, I'm not.
Чего у тебя жестко стрим угадать? Если провиснет на пару секунд кадры, пропуск идет за то, что грузится и стримы, и чемпионат этот. То все, и жестко лагает, все. Кадрами. Я, может, знаю, что есть пропуск? Я могу вам поставить битрейт очень маленький, будете смотреть пиксели. Как вам идея? Какие поставлю пиксели? Где умеет интернет? Да нет, это просто тысяч. Качество меньше. Да, пускай будет. Все, забивают. Теперь фиаско реально. Проиграли, но не полностью еще, конечно.
When Tribe eventually got control, they brought it back, but overtime, there's just no chance. If Tribe don't win that overtime, they don't deserve to win the game at all. Coming back in this second game now, though, Tribe.
Последний матч-пойнт сейчас будет.
Tom's got the residue down, Semantic's going to get hit, and Drage is absolutely popping off.
Right, amplified shots again goes down now, but this is why the Ash pick was a smart one from SK, but do need to get an earlier goal this time round. They cut it a bit fine last time, and Semantic will survive that interaction yet again, so really causing a problem. Not done yet, oh my word. Semantic doing wondrous work here. Does pick up the ball, but actually just trying to bait.
Пытается забить сейчас СК. Трайбу забьют или нет?
SK playing it slow, but this worked out well for them last time until Tribe started to really push back. They can't allow that to happen this time round. If he gets a super, this is already a goal. Semantic very low here. Honey molasses from Drake will be a bit of a saving grace. How long? That's the question.
Good super from Tom there as well. Did slow the Lola and deflated the push a little bit. He does have his gadget. He's not going to be using the knockback. And that should help them on the offensive side of things, but defensive, they're going to have a nightmare. Semantic's going to start pushing through. Robotic rats are there, but the stunners as well, and Semantic has to pop the gadget, gets rid of his rage and resets back to square one as Tom and Yoshi did start to connect a few shots onto him. Gia gets his super, should pop it in the aggressive position, but there
Go pixely.
Super non-connect, but they do on Semantic, and now they should just pinch him down, finish him off nice and quickly. He is going to go down, and that should deflate it. 3k hit on M's as well, and wouldn't surprise me if
Давайте рожайте. То капсу не пишите.
Yeah, at the moment though, just getting rid of GA is quite key as well, which they do, and Rage can break the ball if he wants. They found Chaos as well. Semantics. Oh no, Chaos is alive. My word. He did well there to stay in the mix, in all honesty. Semantic is the problem right now. He's the main aggressor, but now that Gear's got that super coming forwards, this could be a goal scoring opportunity absolutely here for SK, but they need to just seal the deal. They've got the time on their side. If they score in this position here, it'll be leaving so little time for a response from Tribe here. Let's see what they do.
Even if they don't score in this position and they have this position going into overtime, it's even with the opposing comp, they can still easily win this for the side of SK Gaming. He's going to come in.
Забьют или не забьют? Санечка. А, скажечки, мои любимые. Из кашечки. Ля, забивают из кашечки, любимые. Да, они ждали время. Только красные забили.
It just serves a lot of value to get rid of the honey molasses and towards the end of that as well to keep the pressure on and to secure things. SK played that perfect. Now the question is, have they got inside Tribe's head? This is what we've seen before happening with Tribe versus SK. We see with Tribe having an explosive start and then SK get one win when they are against match point. Tribe now are very, very accustomed to this pattern. They've got to put a shutdown to this now. If they allow SK to take a set, then this could take a turn which they do not want to have happen. It's a good start for Tribe. They've locked down a much better position than they have in the previous two games.
Так, матчпоинт для Трайба. Или их матчпоинт. Но если СК выиграют, то будет 1-1. У нас бомбят.
Spray pot there, not the best time for that gadget. Tom's just going to continuously aggress him, take him down. He does have his super back, throws it in the mid.
Хоть так сейчас, я буду мутить сейчас.
A bit more of a better use of that super could have been done.
Into the mid there. I wonder whether SK they surely have spotted it. Chaos though goes in, so maybe they didn't. Nice connection to Gear as well from Tom, and it's the power of Squeak really here that just has so much defensive potential if Tom can stay in the mix. And Ego into the mid, trying to defend for Chaos, but now it's a bit of a reset. I think SK getting some good pacing here. The Rats coming in, and Yoshi managed to take them all out and get a stun on Semantic at the same time, forcing out the gadget there. Great play on that left-hand side lane from him.
Should only be one shot of super as well, and Drage already has his. That's going to be a follow-up with a 3k. Uses it on Semantic, though, chooses not to finish off Chaos. We can't forget that there's no friend zoner for Gia. He does get the takedown regardless, and Drage still trying to keep control. Yoshi should be near enough one shot off super, I believe, after he did get that stun. He got quite a lot of shots back. He's going to be finished off by the super, and Yoshi does pick up his. Drage connects that 3k, and there goes Semantic. He does pop, and this is... Even if they just keep this position and wait till overtime, that's going to be great for Tribe.
I could tell that they sensed it there, and the momentum was there, but Drage did well to stay alive under the circumstances. You've got to play it slow and steady, and there's a nice connecting super from Tom. We'll see a quick and swift takedown to Guille, but the ball is...
Опять дополнительное время ждут для чего-то, чтобы запушить, кажись. Только уже СК поджимает. Жмут СК.
Will they be able to hold on for much longer? That is the question here. Overtime is in, and this again is going to favor Tribe.
Качество крутое.
I mean, it might be done right here. Drage is getting those shots through. Yoshi doesn't pick up the ball, doesn't get out of the corner. And I'm not sure how he didn't manage to get that out. I'm not sure if he just left it there on purpose, but there goes the super from Tom and from Yoshi. Doesn't quite get the stun though, but shots are going to follow up.
17 секунд затяжка. Ну ладно.
Connects it as well, and some squeak shots going to throw forward onto him. A pass across again and go quite a long way. Tom's got super. That is a one-on-one shot. He goes
фиаско.
Tribe knockout.
Трайб выиграли. Да. Це фіаско. Ну, скорее, мне кажется, лучше себя показали, чем в прошлый раз, скажи его.
Star Brawl in that game, it was showing so much value, but it wasn't to be, and they can feel it. You can see it. SK did not take that defeat kind. They are seemingly off the back of that, yeah, pretty distraught about it.
I mean, you can see why. They've qualified for MSI, but if Tribe go on to the finals, that gap is going to become huge between first and second, and Tribe are going to be absolutely loving life if they can carry on this streak that they've been doing. The next place, nobody can get higher than SK Gaming through this one, and they've just beaten them in the quarterfinals. If they get to the finals, that is going to become a vast point gap.
Yeah, I mean, SK would, I imagine, not be able to hang on to even second place at that point because the competition is getting so heated around the 4th, 3rd, and 5th position. Kills across the board, pretty much. What do you expect to see? Bagheera a little bit short on that side of things, but Tom out in front on the squeak with 33. Actually, almost an even split there on the percentages for Tribe.
Если заработать очки, то тебе потом дадут? Да, тебе выдадут. Но они сразу не приходят, эти награды. Надо ждать.
Had a better draft, if I'm honest. I mean, normally you get that ability on the Ash side of things to combat the B as well, but didn't seem to be having any problems on the side of Tribe there.
Можно в ДС, зачем?
One a day for Tribe through to the next round of this competition. The semi-finals are soon approaching. They'll be playing up against Bax very shortly. But like you say, Tribe.
VP, кстати, выбирайте. Еще готов к полуфиналу. Вот о чем я говорю. 2 очка. Прикольно.
Gem grab for those 16 kills, and then again continuously hanging on the B pick despite being countered by a lot of what he was up against. I think that's a worthy vote on the side of the viewership.
I think so too. Deserved plays from Drage there. Apparently he's playing for STMN now, but regardless, Tribe with a great performance all round. And we can see just by the statistics, 33, 34 and 33. Great team effort as well.
Обсудим, кто выиграет, можно, пожалуйста. Не. СК выиграет, ты шо? Ладно, Дрейдж, ой, Дрейдж, Трайб, мне кажется. Выиграть Тим Квейса? Вряд ли. Так, уже вопросы должны быть. И надо менять опросик. Да, СК. Все хуже и хуже каждый раз. Сейчас должен вроде перерыв быть.
Let's take a look at the bracket really briefly, just so we can revise ourselves on how today has gone before the semi-finals approach. Craze Clan, they were knocked out their MSI appearance early on today after that defeat to STMN, and that is really quite key because Team Kesso won their game against OGS. Whoever wins that semi-final matchup next will secure the 3rd and final place for the MSI, the mid-season invitational LAN event next month. Huge matchup next. Reply Totem lost against the Bax EU, didn't get a single set. Tribe Gaming EU, again, similar story against SK, didn't drop a single set. So they will face off as well as the second match.
За кого? Ну, здесь за Тим Квейса, я думаю.
I mean, you enjoyed East Asia early on today. I was watching and did a fantastic job as well. But I think this next content break has a great, even more now looking back with no spoilers, much of an impactful statement. Let's take a quick look now at the competition has been faring in this year's competition. As we know, last year, world champions, huge result for them, but continuously running against their sister team in the same organization, bracket upon bracket. This month was different, however. Let's take a look at that team right now.
Что это? Что они так затихли? Сейчас видео будет. А, опять? А зачем? Ну ладно. Что ты хочешь?
Я?
Ну.
Да. Это хорошо или плохо?
Что?
Что я хочу тебе?
Плохо. Ой, очень. Да мы знаем. Ух ты. А, мультик.
Ну, почему не? Кого-то в чате за спам забанили или хотят забанить?
Нет. Все, тихо, мультик пускай играет.
Окей.
А вот песню я вырублю. Песня крутая, но не за ТП накидают. Так, дайте я врублю свою песню. Качество такое меньше. Пускай эта музыка играет под это. За кого голосовать? Так еще не появилось. Тим Клейс.
Ты думаешь, на Team QS ставить?
А что ты думаешь, на кого?
Crazy клан. Сейчас посмотрим.
Музыка подходит, да, как сам. Отлично, здорово. Кого тут успокоить? Это советская музыка. Ее можно послушать. Brawl Stars. А где ты челик, который только что кричал? С какой он команды? Я уже не помню. Прям эмоционально был на чемпионате. Ой, НТЗ. Нет команды уже такой, как будто.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished our last set of quarterfinals. The semifinals are
Арк ушел спать.
ahead of us. Gonna be some great matches over there. Trav, why don't you run us through the bracket? What has happened so far and what's up ahead?
Well, if you just join us, this is what has happened. We've had some really exciting matches. Craze Clan did lose to STMN 2-1, who will be facing Team Queso next. Team Queso did beat OGs 2-0. Then,
Ну, спокойно.
I'm sure sadder to my predictions, saw 0-2 against Bax, who will be facing off against Tried Gaming, who did just beat SK Gaming in a
Так, там
close
уже
2-0 match.
ставить можно, вопросов нет?
STMNAU and Team Queso
Во.
fight for the MSI.
All right, that's
Беа.
gonna be quite a big
Выбирайте Беа.
Let's see what our caster so far. I mean, Trav, a little bit behind us so far it seems like, but in the semifinal you have an opportunity to maybe make even, or we can double down on our lead. What do you think about this next match, Trav?
Well, I didn't realize you guys predicted STMN, to be honest with you, but, you know, I like to be different. I like to have the underdog stories. So, I mean, I think Kato have definitely got a chance. They played really, really well in their quarterfinals match. STMN did as well, and they really did surprise me with how well they are playing recently.
Ух ты,
They've
все на это.
higher and higher as the year has gone by.
Сейчас они все
But I think
ставили на
Queso
их.
are just looking very, very solid. I think it's probably a 50-50, to be honest, but I just went with Queso just to be a little bit different, a little bit quirky. And then we've all gone with Tribe anyway, so don't really have to explain that one too much.
Yeah, we always all go for Tribe for some reason.
С одного
But,
аккаунта ставлю
guys, there is one place that is better than all the others to watch.
на
The
Team QS.
BSC, that's gonna be event.brawlstars.com. You guys can get some
Ну,
free
бля,
in-game
не, на них
rewards by
32%
participating in the
ставят.
polls, watching
На
all
кого?
that
И
good
что?
stuff. And some exclusive
Ну,
pins as well.
да.
Tournament pin is available
70%
as of now. Some of
Тим
you
на
guys
Квейсу.
obviously have it, I do
TMN.
not, but you guys might
Мне
do
кажется,
better
что
than
все-таки
me. So, guys,
синенькие одолеют.
event.brawlstars.com, make sure you guys watch from there if you want to get all the
Посмотрим.
exclusive rewards in game. Guys, the semifinals are about to
Я за
start.
синеньких.
This one in particular is very important, especially for teams like STMN, right, Trav, that had a little bit of a tough start of the year so far.
Сейчас сколько побед за скин?
Do you think it's gonna
Это Краш Дерево.
I do think it's good
Ты там
enough.
выполнял?
Saw
Да.
predicted Team Kato, but I think this is
Нет.
very much a 50-50. Team
Вообще
Kato
ни разу?
не играл.
both looking incredible.
Посмотри, хоть чуть-чуть у тебя там есть, мне надо скриншот.
10 побед.
Заскрини ты и скинь мне в Дискорде. Можешь общий чат.
Бля, весь экран?
Ну да. Типа в всего лиги заходишь, там показывается.
А, чат попки скинул.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, obviously it was a team with so many expectations, arguably three of the best Brawl Stars players of EMEA of all time. A little bit of a disappointing start of the year, but it's been getting better and better month after month. We'll see if today they can qualify for MSI, because that's what is on the line. Both teams here still in the running for this third spot in MSI, and Team Gizzo is quite an opponent here for Stamina. The full-on Spanish roster, they've been looking deadly this year. This is definitely their peak so far in the BSC. Last year, they started getting better and better under the colors of Blood Diamond. This year, with Team Queso, they've reached some new heights. But is it gonna be enough here to take down Stamina? It's gonna be a challenging match, Trav.
Стамина? Все за стамину? Я за квест. Смотри, какие они собранные, пацаны. Смотри, он молится. А, на телефоне в Дискорде сидят. Ага, спасибо за скрин. Или подожди. Такое чувство, нажимает качество. Ты можешь мне ВК скинуть файл? Слышишь?
Не могу.
ВК, ссылка есть в описании у меня. Стриму везде.
Окей, let's go. Так, донат, сайт, заказать, ТикТок, Twitch, дизайн, группа ВК, ВК, Mobile Game.
Gonna be going to MSI. The losing team, unfortunately, we won't quite get the chance to see them at LAN, at least not until later on this year. Dueling Beetles to open things up. We'll have the Squeak ban, as well as a double Byron ban. Eve, Ruffs, and
Какие-то боты пишут, надо забанить весь меня.
and a first pick Lola. What do you think of that one, Trav?
Тут файлом скидываешь?
Да. Файл, да? Нужен тебе.
Да.
Это достаточно файл?
О, теперь да, спасибо.
They've got a chance to pair it with something solid, and they do just that. Crow is the next selection by Jetta.
Готовится. Готовятся пацанчики.
Massive on this map, and it can just be used in so many different ways.
На чили чисто.
Do you think there's space for
О, теперь
maybe
качество
Surge,
лучше, да.
to come up? Because obviously it did get kind of like an emergency nerf, right? I think it was the super reload speed as well as the power-up gadget that got nerfed up a little bit. Do you think that it's still good enough to be brought on a map like Dueling Beetles?
I mean, I think it's difficult. If you're going to play it on Dueling Beetles, you've got to play it mid, which isn't its, preferable state.
Yeah.
If it wasn't reverted and you got level 3 just off pressing the gadget button, it'd be absolutely amazing just because you can send it straight down the lane, get a few taps and instantly get level 3 anyway. So I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough to be brought out now with that change, but we are seeing the Pam and the Sprout along with the Lola from Team Queso, which I honestly really like. Sprout here, being able to block off so many different avenues repeatedly with that gadget is just such a good force to have. SCMN are going to have to pick something very, very solid to be able to combat that.
Yeah, Sprout is a really good pick here. The 3-shot potential onto Jet and on the Crow. That's a pretty nice matchup over there. And as you said, the Wolves are so...
Так, все, они пики выбрали, почти пикнули.
Points to the zone on each side. If you can cut just one of them off, that's a lot of mobility removed. But look at that, Lena bringing in the Fang. Definitely looking to heat things up with that brawler pick. A risky one, especially against that comp. I feel like it can quite easily get shut down by a Pam or a Lola. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of bounce opportunities of, the healing stations or Lola's ego. So maybe some value to be found over there. Not really what I would have expected to see being picked into a Pam and a Lola.
Yeah, not something I would have expected either, especially Pam. Scrap Sucker's just so good against it, and the amount of HP that she has as well is just so difficult to super on and get the takedown. But I'd imagine he'll be focusing those other brawlers. Slow and Toxin already being used once by Jeton, but not able to make too many moves because of the constant spray down the mid from Sprout. But now eventually, as the ammo does start to wear down, they do finally make their move.
Yeah, nice early mid
Может, завтра еще будет на стриме все чекать. Да, завтра будет стрим, только ночью, в 12 часов, и я долго стримить не буду. Предикты тоже там уже стоит премьера. Опять эта карта. Сегодня уже играли несколько раз на этой карте. У меня 622 до 1К. Маловероятно. Но есть шанс. Еще предикты будут все залетать. Еще 4 предикта, да?
Eventually, Jeton's taken down after such a long period of time of staying up, and now Skyrix should be following suit fairly soon after. Lenane's going to get walled in rather than walled out. He will take that back, recycle it, and throw it down in the mid, which allows Rafa and Javi to stay in this position. Well, not for much longer as Jeton does jump in. Rafa falls low. May have to replace his ego to guarantee the takedown, but doesn't have to.
Прикиньте, вот там, например, Петя бы играл чемпионат мира, стримил бы вообще в своем ютубе. Так и другие команды. Завтра будут тоже на стриме. QLIU выиграли? Или нет? Ну да, красная команда. Уже начинается новая игра. А, это капитан их. А, третий сидит в Дискорде, их тиммейт. Сколько стрим? В 12 часов ночи.
They've been doing a pretty terrific job.
Да, смачно они, конечно.
The reaction here is from Stamina, a little more aggressive than the previous game. We'll get quite a couple of percentages early on, just off that initial push, but Jeton takes quite a bit of damage and it's going to have to be a little careful.
Yeah, still it's a pretty similar scenario to what we saw in the last one. SCMN just keeping this mid control for a longer period of time now, and Lenane has picked up his super as well. Sprout can't get in a position to wall this off, which was really the big game changer in the previous one. Lenane just needs to use the super carefully. Ego thrown out, couldn't quite tank that first shot, but he should still get the takedown anyway. Javi trying to put some pressure on, but Lenane still raining down up top. Eventually traded out by Rafa, but not without a 50% lead already built up.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong start from Stamina. They did lose all map control, but they have some room to play with as they still have quite a bit of a percentage lead. jump in from Jeden. Gonna go for the instant slow as well. Connects only onto Rafa and Javi.
Ну, сейчас стамина немножко процентом выигрывает их.
Two nice kills as well. It's just Skyrex left
Немножко.
alive and he gets absolutely
Ну, немножко, да.
Vizzo heal not gonna be enough to
Тебе на
keep him
канале
out.
через год будет 40 тысяч подписчиков, скриньте. Через год? Что так мало?
Over the lead and
Кажется,
somehow
быстрее.
don't really know how to get back into the zone.
No gadgets remain. Pam super still available, though it's going to be absolutely huge in this position. Ego and freeze frame used once more from Rafa, just tanking so much. And how they
Дальше быстрее.
so quickly, I will never know. But it looks like they are going to hold on for a little bit longer. Rafa going to get supered in. 4% remaining for Team Queso to hold, but now STMN have full control, and they only need 30%. This is an easily This is going to be easily closed down if they do manage to continue this domination. Sprout falls, and now Pam just trying to make his move, can't quite do it. Gets his turret though, and that should be going quite a long way. They've got to push on now. It's going to be close. There's 1% in it. Team Queso push on, and they do close it out.
Ага.
Set going to Team Queso, and only 2%.
Стамина выиграла. О, Дискорд чекает.
And that was incredibly close. But Team Queso do take
Что это
it home
телефон?
in the end. That's gonna be the first set going their way. That was a little scary at the end, I have to admit, but they make it work. And they looked really good, man. They had to come back almost 60% of the lead from Stamina and did so really convincingly as well. That was a really good draft, I think, as well from Team Queso. I think that's where it really started here, that Sprout pick. Stamina just didn't really know how to deal with it, and once again, and I feel like that's been a case quite often so far today, Fang seemed a little bit underwhelming to me. You know, it felt like most of the time it was very low impact, and that's really not what you want to do out of those sort of brawlers.
Yeah, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. I was about to mention, if you didn't mention it before you finished speaking, not only was Sprout just such a good pick, but also Fang definitely let STMN down a little bit there. Just in general, like not the.
No. Listen. No. 2%.
Just singly could not deal with any of these opponents. You know,
Это репой сейчас.
you can't pierce through that. You got Pam with Scrap Sucker and a turret. It's just so difficult to get anything done, and that really did show, especially in that little replay there as you dash through the Pam onto the turret in the closing seconds. But nonetheless, it was well fought by STMN, especially in that second game, but that Sprout was just proving too much. It might not do the damage, but damage is nothing compared to control in Hot Zone.
Yeah, exactly. And extra to the control, there's just the fact you can reach opponents that, you know, can't reach you. It sounds a little dumb, right? Because that's literally how throwers work. But especially at a pro level, it's incredibly important to be able to get some nice free hits on your opponents, reset heals. All those different mechanics go a long way. Now, guys, we've moved over to best of 5 since we are in the semifinals, so there's a little bit more wiggle room for teams to adapt and come back. But still, it's a
Камбэк.
convincing first set.
Что ли, на институмент забыл.
So, a little sweep over
А
there.
почему КС вин? Потому что у них на авиаклубе обезьяны. Обезьяны это примата, Эль Прима. Потому что они выиграли, потому что Эль Прима не контрится. Ох, по фактам.
I feel like he's so incredibly good on this map. We'll see if he gets banned out, but it's just a brawler that, you know, if I have to find a map, yeah, look at that. He's gonna be the first ban there from Stamina, joined up by the Stu and the M's. Team Queso going for Eve, Lola, and Ruffs, and we already got a Colette first pick from Skyrex.
Yeah, I mean, those bans are near enough perfect, to be fair. Near enough all 6 of the top brawlers on this map just get out the way. Colette, bit of a throwback, but still a very solid brawler on this map, especially with that new gadget that did come in, Gotcha. Allows her to heal up and stay in these aggressive positions whilst getting damage. Crow picked up from Team Queso, which has been very, very solid across this year. Something that did surprise me early on, and I didn't like it to start with, and I had certain pro players tell me...
Лилаева Кэмбо, я не знаю, тут входит туда-сюда. Говорил, будешь помогать на вопросы. И где вопросы? Ну, китайцы, я не знаю. Вопрос, когда не завершается сражение, либо же они как по багам кидают посередине. Вы пишете, я сразу отвечаю. Россия. Вопрос, ответ на рассылку в описании на ответы. Энергетик не контрится.
As we'll see the Daryl brought in. That's going to be an aggressive solution. Could do a lot of damage. It is a sort of brawler as well that can kind of, you know, find a gap in the defense, get a roll into the safe, and just dish out an absurd amount of damage. But I do like that Barley pick quite a bit on Lena, as there's not really too much to deal with him so far in this Team Kesso comp. We'll see if they find a way to address it, but otherwise Lena could have a lot of room to shine with that brawler pick.
I was going to say, it's going to be quite difficult to account for both the Daryl and the Barley in different ways. They've chosen to go for a bull and just try and tank all the way through it, just walk to the safe, super up, get some dashes on. Because I don't think there's a single brawler who can account for both Barley and Daryl simultaneously whilst remaining quite strong on this map. So it was a difficult pick and some great picks by SDMN. I feel like they do have maybe a slight outcomp here, especially because they've forced bull into Colette, which is never really going to end well. But I mean, I feel like Team Kesso are just going to rely on this... these gadgets from both Crow and Squeak to be able to get the win.
Так. Всем квесты первый забрали. Второй сет у нас. Второй сет ограбления. Ой, здесь за кольта игра. 8 бит еще брал на мид. На данной карте. Какой Ворон? Че, Ворон здесь не тащит? А реально Ворон. Драгон, блин, нафиг ты пауков сказал тебе. Теперь паук на стене.
Can't quite connect the shot onto HUQR. That's going to be free to roam around the mid for a little longer until Lena eventually takes him out. Quite a couple more missed shots there from the Barley on Jedden, but look at the damage, dude. It's incredible how much damage STMN find, and that's the problem with their comp as well. You know, if either the Daryl or the Barley slip through that defense or find a safe spot to get a couple of throws above the walls or something like that, it's absurd amount of damage that go really quickly onto that safe, and Jedden just looking to close it out there will do just that, and that's a pretty flawless opening game from Stamina.
I'm not sure it's going to get any better for Team Kesso either. I think it's quite a clear outcome from STMN, just walking up the map, getting some damage, and Rafa keeps on attacking the bull as well. I mean, keeps on attacking the Colette with bull, which doesn't seem to be the best decision in my eyes.
Ворон не тащит, короче. Шансы есть, да, они всегда есть, но меньше. Напоминаю, что 3 сета надо выиграть. Это вам не четвертьфинал, полуфинал уже. Колец залетает.
Gets the kill on the landing of that super as well. Great value over there. Will end up going down to Squeak shot.
Даже Ворон даже не убил Барли, а не убил. Но и то на грани.
Although he does end up going down to the poison, his shot will just barely not reach the safe.
А Колет тупо кот свой ультой. Стамина ожили, наелись. Ворон только на Барлея прыгает, и то не получается. Окей, я удивляюсь, что Эдгар не взяли. Вместо Кроу. Эдгар еще. Мортиса надо было.
Yeah, this is looking incredibly tough here for Team Kesso, especially since, you know, one Daryl roll or Barley super could pretty much settle it, or maybe even the Colette on Skyrex to end it all here does get
11% фиаско. Сегодня уже сможешь Пинстоприн забрать. А, ну да. Победа стамины. Первый сет 1-1. Еще 2 сета обоим надо выиграть.
Or was it just, you know, I just feel like it's a miss, Raph, honestly, Trav. I feel like Team Kesso just let too many opportunities with both the Barley and the Daryl being there, and I feel like Bull into Colette, I don't know what the plan was, but it certainly did not work, did it?
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. They kind of left themselves a bit thin on brawlers that can actually deal with Barley and Daryl towards the end, because the majority of the good brawlers on the map are going to be banned out. So if you give them Colette, Barley, and Daryl, it doesn't leave you with many different options left to be able to defend and do damage at the same time. And we did see that throughout this game. STMN just completely dominated, and there really wasn't much contest whatsoever. And it was just jetting on the barley, really, just providing so much control. Nobody could deal with him with the walls there of the right-hand side, and he was the main damage dealer. Don't get me wrong, Lenane and Sky also did a wonderful job aggressing at the right times and also getting some damage in the mix there as well. But you see there, Skyrox with 51% of the damage on the Colette, which...
Хейст. Не, это Хейст играли. Следующий на что там, Баунти? На автоатаке. Ну да, он так накидывал. Ворон нуб. Да, зря он ворона пикал вообще. Немножко на Дрейджа похож челик. Очки только немного взрослее. Может, мискликнул. Может, ему там это задание, челлендж, мы тебе там заплатим $100 или 1000, ты на вороне идешь играть.
No more saves here though as we move on to Shooting Star in Bounty. It's one of the maps which is gonna be the most interesting to...
Мапа прикольная, окружение, но такое чувство, что на ней не хватает какой-то обработки. Все это как-то как будто черновой вариант. Без всяких эффектов. Ну, кроме огня и так далее. По красоте Биокупа был красивее.
Quite apparent max could be a good answer from Stamina, just to not leave the max and Gina open for Team Kisso. But besides that, maybe a couple other sharpshooters as Bell or Brock are also going to be available. And we'll see the max indeed. I completely agree with Stamina here. I would not feel comfortable leaving Team Kisso on the Gene and Max.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, you can't really allow that combination, especially on this map when the brawlers like Eve, Nanny, Piper, Byron, Sprout, Leon all banned out. Near enough the top 6 brawlers on this map banned out of the way. So you can't leave a combination like that available to a team like Team Queso who will punish you for doing so. And regardless of, you know, Bell and Max not having the best synergy together, sometimes you've just got to take the hit and stop the opponent.
Сейчас что здесь пикать будет? Опять Кроу.
They knew in the last one didn't seem to work out in Hot Potato, but I imagine it might be a little bit different in Shooting Star, especially with slowing Toxin's ability to negate the max speed.
Yeah, exactly that. You have that counter effect that's very nice. Another sharpshooter picked in the Brock, kind of completing the list of possible sharpshooters as we do have the Piper and Byron's banned out. Doesn't leave that many possibilities, but overall, I mean, Brock is great on this map. A lot of opportunities to open up the walls and just free up some space, remove some of the little cover that is there in the first place, especially near that mid area, can be a bit of a nightmare for your opponents. We'll see Lana actually bring in the B, not the most usual bounce.
Собираешь нашу с канала видео, все загружать, экраны спалил.
I feel like it's not that bad an idea to bring in the B, can still do some decent work.
Ты что? В сообществе? Спалили. Надо удалять эти быстрее. А как удалить? Это как разработчики нечаянно спойлерят что-то. Как с этим Мистер Пи, не знаю, как это возможно было. Тоже их там по времени публикация.
Yeah, I like Harvey just removing the bushes, making things a little bit easier for Rafa on his side. Let's see.
Точно, сейчас кликну куда? Что с экраном? Я просто зашел. Удалил пост. Привет, здорово.
Start things off with a 3-star lead. About a minute left on the clock, and Lena takes a lot of damage. Needs to be careful for an incoming rocket rain from Javi, but he's not quite going for it. Waiting for his teammates to push up together. Slow from Skyrex does not connect. He's very low HP as well, and Lena strikes again, but the poison will take him down to 2 stars, making up the difference here. Still in favor of Stamina. Well, make it 5.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate the nest egg did trip there, but
Пиара сколько стоит? Ну, в описании написано, сколько стоит. 50 или 100 рублей. 500 рублей это модер. Пока стамина выигрывает 15 секунд, надо выбивать. Хоть один килл сделать тем квейс. Синяя звездочка даже не поможет стамине. Ты и не это маки. И на этом тоже? Я ж на том только. Здесь тоже китайский. Здесь даже спалилось. Не, про экраны позже, наверное, выйдет.
Speed now from Jetton makes it hard for a couple of these brawlers to connect, but Crow and Gene should still be able to make connections and keep them low. Brock does hit a shot onto Skyrix here over the left-hand side, has his super as well, goes for it, hits one, but the slowing toxin should be able to finish these off. Rocket fuel to guarantee it, and now Rafa's going to sweep in too. Vengeful Spirits will finish him off.
Стамина проснулась. Есть такое. Реклама 100 рублей. Но. Линейн, а что, его не было там раньше? Был же, я помню.
Stay out of range from Jetton, and it's going to be a push in vain. And Stamina are behind by 7 stars, and they have some utility to work with, mainly in that max speed. It's popped now. They're going to take quite a bit more control, but there's 3 supers available for Team Kiss, only 2, as the Rocket Rain is not really going to find any connections. Nice push there onto Javi from Jetton. Should be able to claim that kill, but
наград нет, надо, ну, попробуй обновить, перезайти на аккаунт и так далее. Проверить. Вдруг какие-то баги, либо что-то подобное. Тим Квейса забирает 1-1 и в сете. Награда за поимку тоже награду за поимку тоже 1-1.
Yeah, I think for me the turning point in this game compared to the previous one where Stamina started with the blue star but were able to hold on to the lead this time around. Team Kesso attacked before there were any supers available from Stamina. They went in very early on. Problem is they're gonna start things off with here, a low HP Brock as well that should be able to survive the encounter, but at the cost of 3 stars still favoring Stamina.
Those nest eggs in a scary position as well. Jetton's going to fall low though, slowed as well. That should be a takedown, but the rocket fuel isn't going to connect. Shame as that explosion radius, if a little bit closer, would have got damage on both of them, and that would have been huge for Team Queso, but nonetheless, STMN stand in a 3-star lead. Can't really be too scared if you are Queso though. They've been in the face of a situation like this before, couldn't quite clean up and bring it back, but they were extremely close.
Узнаем, кто получит сейчас второй сет, очко за второй сет, и перейдем в третий. Я за Team Quace оставил. Кто за какую команду, пишите. Кирпич надо нефть заработать.
Up, Rafano triggers the nest egg, is able to get out of there almost unharmed, and slowly but surely Team Queso are going to make a push for it here as the entire roster is quite low. Rocket does connect here from Javi, Lena goes down, and now it's only 1 star.
Что я ел?
Я помню, были в мировом финале, очень жестко играли команда. Со временем все меняется, команда, отыгровка и так далее. Минус-то. Я на Team Quace. Если сейчас не выбьют Team Quace, то Фиаско. Второй сайт. Вау! Что? Звезда тупо зарешала. Тупо звезда зарешала. Чё всем шоке? Шостка. Последний сет выиграть в стамине. Тим Квейсу еще надо Браубол будет. Как и заход кристаллов. У меня петух на улице прошел. Данема, что ли? Спасибо, минус 300 что? Стамина плюс 100.
As a matter of fact, going to go to MSI. So a lot on the line here, and Team Kezo need to approach this super carefully. There's no room for mistakes in the draft like we saw earlier. It has to be absolutely on point, otherwise it's going to be the end of their journey, at least until MSI.
Боялся как за себя. Стамина топ. Но еще не конец. Вдруг Тим Квейса выиграет. Тупая стамина. Кто-то пишет тупая стамина, кто-то пишет за, против. Ну, как обычно, не всегда же тупо все за одну команду.
Yeah, exactly. Also, stats going to second game, which was a bit of a stomp. So a lot of death coming from there as well. Hard Rock Mine. Trav is gonna be up next. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I feel like in general.
19 секунд, там вопросов нет пока.
You're also never safe facing stamina, right? They could bring in some pretty wild picks. I would
Нет, ничего.
love to see, you know, some more Max or even a Mortis maybe being brought in by Stamina. They've done some great work with those brawlers in the past. Could be a chance to do so again. Dude, honestly, it's been so fun just to see the 3 bans per team. I feel like we've seen so many different brawler picks and so many different maps. It's great to see the experimentation that comes with those sort of format changes. But so far, I mean, scoreline is a 2-1 in favor of Stamina. Have you seen enough signs of life from Team Kizo? Do you feel like they have a big chance here in Jam Grab of turning things around?
Well, I think at this point it's
офигенно, у меня челик прию украл. У меня челик прию украл, да. Который у Хоудика рекламы заказывал. Пиздец, все чел, короче.
Бля, рекламу купила.
Да, у Хоудика рекламы.
За 150 рублей заказать нет.
Ну, 250, ну, пиздец, чел. Я кидаю ему страйк. Я ему хотел еще по поводу превью, типа, предложить ему, давайте превью сделать, типа, заказ. Закажешь, мне могу превью делать, Хоудику делать. Ой, тупой. Так, как тут кинуть страйк? Сейчас кинем. Сейчас оформим страйки, видишь.
Как превью пиздят, просто скриншотом вырезают?
А, нет, там можно любые сервисы скачать.
А, понял.
Так, авторские права. Запросы надали. Стамина, ну, 2-1 сейчас.
А, все, 4-й сет.
Так, добавить видео. Контент. Изображение. Фотография. Название. Как получить Brawl Pass. Так, видео, которое нужно удалить. Так, в Телеграме скину. У его 1500 подписчиков. Значок видео.
Жалко, что теперь больше не станет.
Не, на 3 страйка. Один только ему может прилететь за это. Добавить список.
Но это уже первый.
Да, запретить повторную копию. Подпись.
as they all seem to be incredibly strong. I like the Bell pick into that Lola in mid. Going to be using an Ego, they're going to be using Freeze Frame to tank a lot of the damage whilst picking up the gems, and Bell is going to stop that, is going to keep them low and have those bouncing off one another. Stu, not Stu,
Так.
Surge as the final pick. I absolutely love
Ты мне в
Surge.
рекомендациях YouTube
But I'm
попалось.
questioning whether or not it's going to be very, very strong here. You might need more than a level 2 from the gadget to be able to get stuff done early on.
Yeah, I haven't played or had the chance to watch Surge in competitive since he's been nerfed a little bit. It didn't feel
Так, я не
like the
робот.
favorites in insanely big.
Автобус.
Like,
Подтвердить.
way tougher nerfs than that.
Все.
But it might be just
Отправлено.
enough to render him, you know, just not really viable on most maps. We'll
Бедный
see
поц.
how this one is
Да не
played
бедный.
through, but the early game is going to be important,
Так,
getting
да.
set up, you know, for the Surge being able to find that
Птичку жалко.
second stage, at least for the movement speed, ideally even third or fourth stage, have an extra range at your disposal and be able
Ну,
to
ходика в Телеграме. А, кстати, не дешевая. 15 тысяч, ну, вроде, может, даже меньше, но
pull the gems,
ну, около 10
go
тысяч
away
рублей.
with, stamina early
Я
on
там
and,
типа прайс смотрел.
just bullied away from the mid.
Ну да, скачано тупо мое прию. Как получить Brawl Pass?
And that allowed Skyrox to push up 5 gems instantly is not something STMN will be complaining about, and they got him for pretty much free as well.
Это ж конкурс на его видос, сейчас снесу.
Missing the shots.
Типа все переходят на этот видос, как я понял. Подожди, он не крал большой видос мне?
Plays with his mid to ensure that they're not going to be taken by surprise.
So far,
Чего темные лица везде на превью?
fight for stamina.
Дизайнеры.
Line, a couple
Так, а что тут происходит тут?
some of them
Только начали играть,
Играют.
что ли?
Да-да-да.
not quite
Я
on
думаю,
target.
там уже разнесли тому. Победу хотя бы одну
Now
сделали.
he's gonna struggle to do much until he gets to his second and third stage.
У КС
Still has at least a
рикошет.
gadget available. Gonna pop one now. Think he
Шансов
still has one
побольше у
more
них.
after that.
Да?
Definitely needs to
Ну,
start
смотря
Ну,
как
да.
играет.
off them as he's barely
Рика
connected
здесь как
any
3
shots
перса
so far.
плюсом. То
Although
есть
that pinch
они
is
5
gonna
в
help
3 играют.
Scarix secure yet another elimination and a nice a bell shot there
Да.
was gonna bounce
Ну.
around. Ali going for the super will kill the
Посмотрим.
Ego, which is going to prevent more bounces, but Scarix is marked up, he goes down, it's only Jenna left alive, and Rafa,
Но Рика им
he's
пока не
running away with
помогает, бля.
all
7 гемов
the
против
gems
2.
from stamina.
Мгм.
Oh my words, that was a robbery right there, as Team Kesso are gonna take this
Да, они еще
game
никого не
home
убивали.
straight out of
Все,
the
Team
gates.
Quest забирают.
Да. Кого?
Oh,
А,
I mean, I would like to mention level 1 surge at the end of the game, so I was right. I would like to mention about really not going to be able to get through the
Стримов больше не будет. Стрим Адисон играть.
looking very, very good. Little
Я
bit of
КС
mistake from
открыл.
Skyrox. Walking
Телек
mid,
этот.
hits a nest egg, marked, destroyed.
Стримов больше не будет на
Within
стриме.
seconds, and the game turned on its head like that. Regardless of Surge being level 1, they were in control of the game until that moment. and
Шайка злодеев. Ля красиво
если,
выглядит.
а если карточка банковская сломалась почти что напополам, если я ее секундным клеем заклею, будет нормально?
А я фиг знает. Кажется, перевыпустить лучше. А что ты сломал?
Да.
Как?
Она в сумке валялась. Ну, у меня сестра в Сбере работает, так что позвоню.
Она, мне кажется, больше будет знать. Она тебе накручивает баланс?
Не. У меня есть и ее золотая карта.
Золотая прям? И золото?
Да, работника Сбербанка прозрачная, короче. Можно
Хе.
как-нибудь потом в Дискорде фото скинуть.
Скинешь, интересно. А чё мой прикол?
Ну, просто золотая карта, типа.
Я думаю, какие-то привилегии есть дополнительные еще.
Ну, типа там больше переводишь там. Ну, короче, вообще без лимит.
Мгм.
Ну и плюс дизайн, то, что работника Сбера, она там прозрачная, короче, вообще кайф.
Скинь мне что-нибудь. Только там номер замажь, наверное. Или закрой. Ну или хочешь, может, с номером, без разницы.
About him being in the back lines here and there, he comes now. Doesn't manage to get more than that singular shot though. So Rico's super going to be missed as well. Scarix was just
Я пошел в КС играть.
Этот прицел просто имба.
If they can keep this control of 50% of the map though, they're half.
Тим Квейс опять собирает кристаллы.
Wow, jump in from the now results in nothing but his own demise. Scarix getting pushed out by Rafa.
Они там, если выигрывать собрались, ты им скажи, чтобы они это притормаживали немножко.
А, меня залагало. Да? Чего? Тим Квейс выигрывает.
Так не надо.
Так я по предиктам ставил на них.
Так я не на них ставил.
Так, а я видос на эту тему снимал, на мой видос смотри.
Так я в курсе, но я бы все равно решил поставить на СТМ.
Почему?
Ну, мне кажется, что они сильнее.
Я из будущего тим победила 2-2, а не может 2-2 быть.
Блядь, какие вы громкие.
Ну, 2-2 уже.
Воу, я зашел в КС где-то спустя месяц. 60 FPS только не радует.
Ничего себе, у тебя мощный ПК.
Не, пока мощность, если не открытый миллион всего. Меня вот, ну реально Ростелеком радует. У меня даже пинг 60.
Уф, жесткий.
Но это у меня плюс еще интернет, типа, вот адаптер, он идет в сетевую карту, а не в материнку. У меня материнка сгорела, и я докупил сетевую карту. На ней намного медленнее, чем был раньше. Меня, блядь, молния в дом ударила, короче, свет охнул, у меня сгорел комп, прикинь.
Ну, когда, мне кажется, когда гроза, лучше вырубать все, чтобы такого не было.
Я подумать о таком не мог, потому что реально вот так взял, комп и сгорел.
Хорошо, что тебя не убила эта молния.
Ну да.
Стамина заберет жопу, Дарк. Вулфа ставлю. Чё?
Но имеет в виду то, что стамины выиграют.
Ну, пускай выиграют, да, я за.
Пацаны, 100 лайков давайте.
Добьем!
100 лайков. Иначе стамина не выиграет никогда.
Тогда никто не выиграет. Ставим лайк за Сталина. А какая стамина, Тим Клейсу?
2 лайка пропало.
Ставьте лайк и выиграют стамина и Тим Клейса. Всем дадут награды. Прикинь, такой рандом. Ну, и рандом так был. Две команды выигрывают. Они втроем в суперфинале так. Стамин соберись. Нет, Тим Клейса тащить.
Я голову ставлю. Пацаны на Б на Дасте выпрыгивают один за другим. Всем в голову.
Ты читы скачал, я понял.
Биклет. Я с таком
Биклет.
гонял.
О, пидор.
Вообще долг. Ну, типа я
А где ты этот софт нашел?
покупал.
Уф. А че не бесплатный?
Ну, поначалу начинал бесплатно, чисто в ММ. Потом что-то с сварчиком начал гонять. А потом по 20 евро за месяц подписки.
Пиздец.
Ну там я уже перестал играть в ММ, потому что я понял, что неприятно пацанчикам. Стал на ХВХ катать.
ХВХ это что?
Ну там где только софтеры.
А, и как выигрывать софтер?
Ну так, софт по софт. Ну как без софта только. Ну, тоже сидишь, потеешь.
У кого дороже читы?
А,
Кто выигрывает? Федор Олегович одобряет
настройки
чё?
И Б4А. Чего? Типа в тактике.
I think it's the only really brawl you can play Vision Gear is with this G, and I'm not sure if Gene's really that viable on this map. I'd first see something like Pam or something come out now, or even something go down one of the lanes. It's just quite tough to play the Vision Gear on these kind of maps. Maybe like double swoosh when Gene's actually really viable. But here, yeah, I'm unsure what team case we're going to pick. I'd probably take something like a Pam, as I said, something like that, with a lot of the different capabilities like Crow and stuff like that banned out of the way. They're going to take Bell, which is not the brawler I would have
Солнце
thought
пропало,
Bell would
на улице как-то холодно стало.
no matter amount as their second pick.
Фигня.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna do alright against the Lola, right? Which is probably why it's brought in.
Так, что у нас по сетам? 2-2.
You know, having some range in the mid can always be useful on this map. You kind of want one brawler to be able to do that job. So I don't even hate it that much. I think I agree with you. I would like to probably see a Pam being brought in anyways, but it's gonna be the Rico on Harvey, and it's an interesting map to do. So you can find some nice bounces in those little bushy areas on the sides as well. If someone is hiding there, you can get a bounce from the back.
Байрон зачем? А что, он здесь не нужен?
Those two boxes.
Да, бро, мне кажется, вряд ли.
Leave some room here for stamina.
Эй бы, Эмзик.
Something nice. I still think that Pam, as you said, is a very strong brawler.
Да
here,
не,
but Ash
наигольно уж.
is definitely an
Надо видос снять,
interesting
как стать киберспортсменом в
brawler.
Brawl
Quite see it
Stars.
coming, but with a Byron, it can put in some really,
Можешь у меня
really solid
интервью
work.
взять и выложить.
Yeah, I was gonna, you know, agree with the Twitch chat and
У
say
меня,
Sky
я у
is
самого
really
себя
good
интервью
as
возьму.
well.
True.
There's a few
Этим
different
QLIU
ways
выиграют
to
из
throw
будущего.
on,
Это круто.
slow them down. Or
Недавно
also,
сижу,
you
чел,
grant to
знаешь,
the mid as well, so
Тристера?
it'd have been a solid take.
Не.
Also, I'm just
Ну,
questioning this
короче,
Rico bit.
захожу,
I'm really not
приглашает
too sure about how it's
меня.
gonna fare.
Я
Yeah,
что-то
I'm
говорю, я не
not
могу.
in love with it
Типа, у меня
either,
скрим
but
сейчас будет.
we'll see how it
Он
goes
говорит,
down.
о,
So
скрим,
far,
говорит, ты
at
что,
least resulted in a lot of control.
киберспортсмен?
Уф, уф, уф.
To Lena, and that's a nice pass to Ali.
Говорит,
That's the
ну ты,
goal.
конечно, мощный.
Nearly a goal for Team Kezo this early on, as we were doubting the Rico pick. Seems
Take it back.
like
Период
so far,
покупки
at
в
least,
45
yeah,
секунд истек.
we're just getting,
И что мне с
you know,
кулаком делать?
the caster treatment.
Стрелять.
I was just saying it was bad,
Ага.
so Ali had proved me wrong. That's the only reason. This should be a goal. Jen falls down the
Не.
breaking shots.
Оба, Тим Квеста забивает гол. Охо.
Which is absolutely huge for
Ничего.
Team Queso here, as they need to be very wary of this
Ребят,
Byron
хорош,
Ash,
не надо больше.
as soon as they start to get established.
Красава.
Super. They haven't really granted Skyrix the gift of being raged up this year.
Куда идете? Стойте. Стамина.
План.
Стамина. Ой, гадины, забили.
No, I mean, there's no damage in the wall that's gonna stomp that push, as the heals from the Byron were there as well, and only roughs to try to end that push. It's all tied up, and the stakes have never been higher here for Team Kezo, as you mentioned. Maybe they have in the past for those stamina players, but
Тихо, не надо
they haven't been
забивать.
in a while, for sure. Let's see who
Тише, тише, тише.
under the pressure, as so far Stamina have a little bit more control, but that mark on Skyrix is going to make his life a lot more complicated. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Now looking to
Бля, ну
close on that
нет.
kill to Ali SSJ, but a nice heal coming through from Ali, going to keep him alive. And
Может,
for
не
the time
надо?
being, Team Kezo are
Что?
safe and sound with a very low
Сбивать.
HP Lena that almost
Забейте, Тим Квейса. Давайте, пацаны.
managed to pull it off.
I'm not sure if the heal there from Skyrix actually helped him or kind of impeded his rage there and stopped him from taking down Rafa. Nonetheless, though, great position for Team Queso now heading on into this late portion of the game. No bounce castles left, though, which means LSHA is going to have to wait a while to get back in the mix.
Дурак.
But seems like we've got a few powered up people here. And he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Great super takes out Jen just before they really start to establish themselves. Lane fall low as well. And
Овертайм
with the
будет сейчас?
powers that every member of Team Queso has, this is going to be a devastating overtime for STMN EU.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Спасибо.
if Jennings can quickly pick up that
Покажи
elimination,
мне
Овертайм.
will, that could be quite game-changing, as
Спасибо.
immediately they corner out the ball. Want to make sure that they use this early overtime advantage on their side, but so far struggling to really do so. Lenan gets marked, eventually tapped down. Rafa has super, gonna go for it, but he shoots straight onto Skyrix. A bit of a
Мячик так близко просто.
and Stamina
Нет, 8 мая в 12 часов.
once more.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be
Wow.
right there. Team Queso, match point. Solid plays all
All
round.
right.
Yeah, I mean, match point. Team Queso now, it's in a
Whoa.
difficult position for STMN. I thought they
Match
were gonna
point,
see
халява.
Byron and Ash comp, to be honest with you.
Да, матч
They were
point.
much stronger off the start, but it seems
кто
Team Queso
выиграл?
are the ones really
Тим Квейса.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I feel like it's been a bit underwhelming so far, and to be fair, Jeden has had a lot of stuff to do in general. You know, he was taking care of the mid for the most part, but look at that off the bat. Team Queso with 2 eliminations on the mid and on the right side. That's going to be an open goal 20 seconds in. And Team Queso already take over the lead here with the match point as well as TMN. They might just drop out of contention for MSI for this final in general, as Ale is able to claim yet another kill. And so far, I have to admit, the Rico's been putting in some really solid work.
Yeah, Lane falls low as well, and panic mode starts to set in for STM. It seems like they're running at them one by one.
Халява.
Is completely gone, and this is a quickly you desperately need it as well. Byron and Nash need to play together. Scarrett goes down once more. Still a
Что там
minute and 30 on the clock.
происходит?
They've got plenty of time.
Да нет, другого ржу.
Jay here in the super shot might finish things off. He plays it slow, plays composed, and Team Case, who seems to be on top of their game right now. The ego does take down Javi though, which resets things and should give STMN at least a life.
Jennen using his super to secure that kill, get the heal true as well. A nice 3 versus 1 there. Skyrix goes for the shot and it just barely goes in. Stamina not out just yet, but might be a minute away from being out if Team Queso are able to score within that time frame. Skyrix gets marked up, takes a lot of damage off that super from Ale's. One shot does end up going down. Jennen trying his best to save the day here, but it's gonna be a 3 versus 1. Jennen falls next, and Team Queso have done it. They are
Ура! Тим Квейсо! Победа! Долбится, долбится, мужики! Ля-ля! Что они творят? В прямом эфире! В прямом эфире долбиться начали. Смотри, что они творят. Ура! Ура! Победа! Хера они пиксельные. Ура! Победа!
some happiness, tears, and shouts there
Жестко.
from Team Queso. Great to see the passion behind it, and I mean they know how much it means, right? It's absolutely huge for them. They absolutely deserve it as well. So does STMN, but today they deserve it a little bit less as they do end up going down.
Блядь, у меня
3-2. It
секундный
took
клип
5
протек.
sets to set it
Да,
up.
что ты клеил?
But Team Queso are
Блядь,
able
маленькую
to,
детальку.
reign
Как радуется.
supreme. And
А как радуется победе!
so many times, but just ever so barely
Блядь,
stamina.
эти руки клею.
Couldn't quite
В
do it.
каме?
Couldn't quite do it.
Давайте
Да.
добьем
It's gonna
в
be
честь этого
heartbreaking for their roster. Their
100
roster is,
лайков.
you know, so
А, ну
many
MVP выбирайте.
and history
Выбрали
with
все.
competitive Brawl Stars, but seems like this first half
Эй, я
of,
не
BSC
успел.
20
Ща Бакс
is
против
not
Трайб. Ну
quite
здесь
gonna be
Трайб.
theirs.
Yeah, very much still in the running for those World Finals at the end of the year, though. But for MSI, as far as that is concerned, we have our 3
Я ставлю на
teams
Трайб.
in Team Queso, Tribe Gaming, and SK Gaming. We haven't
Ну,
got some
это... Бакс тоже могут выиграть.
12 takedowns, but only 32%. Very solid team effort all around from Team Queso.
Сколько мы стримим? 3 часа уже.
And a very well-rounded amount of takedowns as well.
Вопрос
Я бы
будет,
на
честно.
бакс залетел.
Skyrix on the, I believe,
300 bucks?
didn't have the most
Да не.
easy time with 13% damage. A lot of the time you are healing
Не,
regardless,
трайбы,
especially
трайбы.
with an Ash, so I kind of need to take that into consideration. But just the takedowns were just not on an equal playing field as Team Queso.
Так, ну кайф, я весь в клею.
Absolutely. So, well,
Обожаю.
guys, let's see who you voted out to be the MVP. It is gonna be Rafa.
Это
from Team
ощущение.
Queso.
Так, что они там?
8 kills, 3 death in that final set.
Мгм. Рафа, MVP.
Amazing 290 DPS as well. He had a phenomenal series here against Stamina. Absolutely shined in and out. But yeah, man, that was quite a performance from him and Team Queso in general. Really a team effort in the end, as that was what made the difference. And you said it, right? Stamina synergy falling apart towards the end, and you could just see the difference in you know how well they were feeling in that final match. Let's check out the bracket, Trav, if you can run us through what we've seen so far and what we have yet to see.
Кого выбирать или что там? Еще нет никого. И, конечно же, я за Трайб.
We've just seen now STMN lose 3-2 to Team Queso, who did move on to the finals and qualified for the mid-season invitational. Backs EU versus Tribe Gaming up next to decide who faces Team Queso in those finals.
Так, вот.
All
Если на Еву будет сейчас видео. Ева. Убираем.
Sort of points out of the BSC tribe so far. In first seed, as a matter of fact, for this region, in first place, have been looking absolutely amazing. I think this is the strongest tribe gaming team we've ever seen in the MEA. And, you know, they always started the years really late, right? This year, off the bat, looking absolutely incredible and just getting almost better and better still. A lot of stories on their end, but Bax is also a team that is quite interesting.
2922 у меня на основе.
Жестко. У тебя трайб против трайба. Да, я понял. По предиктам или о чем-то?
У тебя в голосовании на ютубе трайб, кто выиграет, трайб гейминг или трайб гейминг? На кого он ставит?
Я так заметил.
82% на первых ставят.
Халява. Ща поправим.
Трайбы. Рекс, ставь на трайбов, не прогадаешь.
Да.
Блять, я сижу, голову ломаю.
You know, those are the vibes. You see him right there. He's chilling. That's kind of what the team dynamic is at the moment. Just turn up, chill, try your best, and if you win, you win. At least that is what is going to be happening until they do.
Stripe is stripe.
Who knows? Maybe Nadim's going to quit as well, and they'll have a totally different roster coming up in the second half.
Да, это трайб.
Наконец-то достойный противник.
Друг против друга.
Throughout those first months, and it was the best start by far they've had this year in comparison to 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tribe have been looking deadly, and I think most of us would agree that they've been the best team in the MEA in this first half of the year. And I wouldn't quite say by far.
Какие-то спойлеры обнова Майнкрафта тут.
It's a respectable distance
Опять
from them
Дрейч.
and their counterparts. They've been looking so good, and I feel like they are probably my favorites to take it all home this monthly final. We'll see, as they do need to take down Bax first. And then
Смотрите, у Тайда Михаил Петрович такой сидит, бухой как будто. Зубы кривые. Смотрит, чё, дурные? Я за трайб. Все на размазано. Кто размаз?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see most people at home going the same way, as they are very much the favorites getting into this match. However, favorite doesn't mean a guaranteed win either. We've had plenty of upsets so far today and in the rest of the season, so there's room for miracles as well for Bax for sure.
Это сын Петр Олегович? Михаил Петрович? Да, такой же монстр. Жесткий, разносит всех.
Get it wrong if they do lose. 83% is one of the most convincing polls in Europe I think we've ever had.
Tribe сила, Бакс, могила. Ух ты.
Tight net the competition is in this region, but this is, you know, very one-sided, and I'd imagine rightly so.
Tribe. Почему у Арсу тут вообще желтый цыпленка волос? Баны разные. Отвечает же слово. Что? Опять начинается. Ну вот у Арсу аж волосы черные.
Why do you need 30 seconds to pick if you pick in 5?
Exactly, just get it out of the way, just absolutely do it. Like, we see Byron first pick, Ruffs and Squeak. Pretty self-explanatory first picks, I'd say. That's probably why it hasn't taken so long, but I am liking what backs are kind of bringing to the table.
Все-таки как будет Арс кричать, когда выиграет.
Have to be something that pairs quite well with the Byron, or is it will be a little bit of a wasted pick. A bow, I'm not sure about that. With the walls that are in this middle of the map, they're going to have to possibly say something that might break them down, because is quite
Бля, я не поставил. Я, короче,
Всё.
отвлекся, я не знаю, я подумал, что я поставил, но я не поставил.
Помянем.
Ай, мне теперь придется каждый этот смайлик, блядь, нажимать. Почему я таким тупым родился?
Pick to bring in here. I mean, I'm not against sharpshooters here in general. I
Блядь, на
do
стриме у
maybe
меня
slightly
все
prefer
открыто.
Bell just to get some nest eggs placed down and have some areas covered, but Piper can.
Да, 9 мая
Especially
0:00.
if you manage to open up some walls nicely with your super, you can really utilize that range
Если баксы
nicely
буду
and do
ржать
that.
как
It might be a
никогда.
little challenging if Tribe are
Или
able to close the
подожди.
gap and
А,
get
ржать,
across.
думаю, ржать как никогда будешь. Я представил. У меня будет значок на розу. Халява.
That's kind of my thought process behind this. I feel like it's a little bit weird, a lack of synergy in their comp, and it kind of benefits the opposing team to break up, but it's also going to hurt backs if they don't.
Yeah, it's not every day that you see backs.
Так, что тут творится? Дальненько взяли Пайпер, Байрона.
In general, Squeak has been he's been pretty much just the
Squeak,
squeak
bro.
of the team, so he's busy with other responsibilities for now. I'm really curious to see how that bow pick is gonna work out, as so far he's been outranged pretty much for the entirety of this
Напишите сейчас в чат
round.
каждый, у кого сколько сейчас очков на сайте. И не забудьте добить 100 лайков на встречу, чуть осталось уже. 7 лайков.
Yeah, the gene pool might be getting a bit interesting here as well. Probably see him trying to bait out these sandbags, and Lars then baits him. Tom throws some mines, and those are beautifully placed. There, it's either in the gas or
Кирпичем как ботик мало.
Taking the first round. A lot of super
Вари-вари-вари. Там сколько? Вари-вари-вари.
but it's worthwhile at the end of the day.
Man, that was a great opening round from Tribe. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, as the map is quite a bit more open.
Некоторых вообще как-то мало очков. Это поздно начали собирать все это. Прошлые же 2 турнира было еще.
So far though, no big early opening. Cyclone getting tapped though. Is he gonna go down? He just barely survives, but that is a very, very close call.
Я сегодня... А, сегодня только за имя, фамилия. Найсник, конечно. Так, трап первый забрали. Сколько это слюни гавса белого скина, сколько это что? Да не, это просто он призраком стал, умер. Сквик. Ничего себе, Сквик там минер, разминер. Ля. Уху! Жесткий. Жесткие и рисковые, Спайпер как младенец. Всем чекают. А зачем там чекать, если не все по одному флангу пошли? Какие вы, кстати. Короче, чекать, знаешь, чтобы сюрпризов различных не было, но все же. Трайбы давайте. Подожди, это у нас что уже? Это полуфинал, да. Best of 3 напоминаешь, до 3 победных каток играем. Как будто это как будто я играю. Чем я влюбилась? Ой, Дрейдж выиграл. Выиграли трай первый. Халява.
going their way. Let's see if we see any changes in execution.
А мы КВ
It was
выиграли.
honestly in you know,
Жесткие, жесткие.
close game realm where I don't think backs need to change too much up.
Да, у них
Just
10
hitting a
сейчас.
couple more shots in some of those rounds would have been
Они ж успеют до
enough
10?
to do the job.
Сыграть?
Да.
Мне кажется, за 9 они сыграют.
Front play and left to right for Tribe.
Если не будет там
Yeah, switch
2-3
a little bit. Cyclone's
счет.
gonna fall low. Tom tries to follow up the takedown, does get it.
Давай, Гавс, я верю в
The
тебя.
rest of the match should
Нет,
remain
блядь,
short,
уже
but quite a
тычка
good period of
огромная.
time, which is gonna benefit Tribe hugely. If Drake can get surprise pull onto Lars here, he might be able to make use of it for once, but not gonna go for it just yet. Sandbag still very much there, and he doesn't even need to use the pull.
Ананасик.
Takedown's there anyway, and
Подтверждает.
pop his Gadget, which is gonna be a waste of residue. Nice position
Я
on it.
Токсик, ты вижу
This is
твою
3-1.
аватарку.
I'm not sure this is really gonna be possible for Nadeem.
Yeah, I think he figured might as well try it, you know. It's only one gadget. But yeah, it is some lost value, and now Tribe, if they win either of the next
Что это
two
за ульта?
following
Раскрыть, чтобы?
rounds, they'll take the opening set.
О,
Nice
пойдет Гавс
tap
минировать.
down there from
Не, не пойдет.
Cyclone, but gets healed up so fast that it barely even matters. Doesn't have
Запинали
any
бедного Гавса.
could help, open up a
Бедный
couple of
Шрил
doors.
Гавс.
Not really going for it just yet, as he knows that there's a gene pool
Кстати, анимация для шапки есть, когда он ходит, так шатается немножко.
quite desperately doesn't want to run into.
Splash in the hands of Yoshi as well. Dean needs to be a little bit scared, but Yoshi's gonna get tapped. No gadget there, and Cyclone gets pulled out of nowhere from Drage, finally making use of that devastating super. Gadget gonna be missed once more.
Что за звуки? Вот часики, чих-чих, когда никто не стреляет никто.
Tom gets hit by both of those shots from Lars.
Реально,
Lars,
ты
however, is gonna fall just as well
такое.
as Tom is, and he gets connected by that shot from Yoshi as well. Wonderfully
Во.
found the angle, and the takedown was there. Just Nadine remaining once more, and
Реально какие-то часики.
that's all.
Я понял, это сколько херня. Это его часики. Только за часики. Зачем? Почему? Ну что вообще, какие-то липучки тут. Время так чик-чик.
У меня тоже есть напальчники. Штук 6.
Зачем? На жопу одешь?
Ну, я раньше играл не с ПК.
Уж ты на ПК не играешь. Ой, что ты не играешь на планшете или на чем-то ж удобнее.
Он разбит.
Побили, бедно.
Да. Не, ну я могу как бы с телефона играть, но... Не знаю, я вообще Бравл
Все, реплею. А чем ты его бросил? Она ж не девушка.
Ну, вот так вот пришлось бросить, и потом как-то меня... я зашел затестить обнову, то, что добавили КВ. Поиграл день, второй, третий, потом такой думаю, бля, вот бы на этом Аке 30 тысяч запушить, а у меня там 15 тысяч.
И
Я
что
такой
запушил?
думаю, за 10 дней, да.
Нормально так.
По 2000 кубков за день просто.
Даже Михаил Петрович Тади за непланивший.
Прокачки нет. Я 50 бы пошел кушать.
Там байка не будет. Да посмотрим, еще рано судить.
Что, они 2 сета забрали?
Нет, один только сыграли.
А, против меня. Живем пока.
Кстати, видели на шапке Brawl Stars спорт шапка там? И 6 челиков. Вот на этих 6 челик нам пины будут давать. Сейчас найду этот канал. И в подписках найду. Во.
В смысле, то, что следующие будут стримы? Ну, потом.
Пины. Я в Телеграме вот постил. Да, вот, изи. Вот это было. Я могу еще повторить, там эмоции разные есть. Вот. Они такие чувства, это все девушки. Второй пацан вроде бы. Это 2 девушки. Натарука это смахивает. Это непонятно на кого. Набелькает. Это тик, но тик это... Но тик этого... Не, это спраут. Вот это тик, наверное.
Бух.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you've always got to be cautious, especially in a place like this. We'll see what the bans
Там
are going to be now.
Вилс QQ.
As they should
Вилс
come in
QQ, как твой
momentarily.
ник читается?
We got Eve,
Баксы.
Byron,
Боты? Да не, не
Pro
топ.
from Bax, and Gale,
Он пишет
не искал
один,
игры.
Sprout from Tribe Gaming. So
один
it's
говорит,
six
а другой
Game.
кивает головой. Я
And
постоянно с этого
across the
ржал.
board, they're all
Так это
very, very
всегда.
solid picks on this map.
Но они
Especially
друг друга
Sprout,
слушают.
Sprout,
Ну не вдвоем говори же.
Ну, там, типа, когда ППХЛ это стримил, было чуть по-другому, типа, а здесь это прям, ты еще сидишь, слово через слово не понимаешь, и это так выглядит, он сидит, кивает с улыбкой, такой.
Ну, что он довольный.
Кивает.
Вот за тебя позволить. Понимать его.
Улыбайся и машем.
Да.
У меня клуб 454 кубка набрал, это как понимать?
Это ж много.
Это мало, у меня,
Мы так стандартные берем.
у меня 3 человека не отыграло, и 1 человек отыграл в соло.
Мгм.
Надо 540 выбивать, никак по-другому.
Сколько максимум можно набить?
540.
Мгм. Это фул куб, если. Ничего себе, зашел в аналитику канала, сейчас на канале 888, 4 восьмерки подписчиков. Жесть. 4 восьмерки цифры. А на ютубе не покажется полностью.
Ну, просто 3 восьмерки.
Yeah, very solid on this brawler, and I mean, it might even swap it up a little bit as
Прикольно.
well when they do try load into the game. Might see some different players playing different stuff. Yoshi takes the Amber, which I'm honestly quite a big fan of, especially against the Lola. You're gonna have the pierce damage through the ego, which is always something you want. You really do need something that's gonna be able to either bounce off it like a bell, which was already taken out of the mix, or something that can pierce it. And Amber's just a very well-rounded brawler on this map end of.
20 человек выбивает
Sure, they're not
18.
gonna be able to push through and sneak through your side
Мгм.
and get onto your defensive hot zone with
Жесть.
ease. So it's a great pick to
Жесткий.
take. I like how well-rounded this tribe comp is.
Недавно
But
зашел
comp, it
чел,
does just seem to
часто
be
и
very,
заходит,
very strong as
типа у меня
well. I
дискорд
don't know what
в
they
клубе,
take
в
here.
описании,
I might even be
заходят
favoring now
в
as
мой
well. They
дискорд
take
сервер, там
Sandy.
пишут,
Um,
говорят, ух, ебать,
which I
вы
don't
крутые.
mind,
Недавно
but I
мужик
wouldn't say
зашел,
it's a
какой-то
top
50-летний,
pick on this map.
говорит, как вы такого добились успеха? Смотрит, у нас там что-то 540 очков, просто все на 18 отыграли.
Добились прям. Как бесит эта карта,
Писали.
да не нормально.
Ой, ой. Для меня тоже неприятно. Часто так бывало. Писал тип, предлагал коллаборацию сделать, 2 клуба объединить. Он
Найс.
там так расписывал все.
But they're playing it left as well. Surely you need a bit of range on this defensive side to scout the bush now, because he's just been absolutely melted, and he can't do anything about it, because he just cannot challenge this lane and Drage instantly on this hot zone now. Dean's just got to wait for the pinch, which Tom might already assist him with. However, Lars is doing great on the other side of things as well. Burn onto Cyclone, which should take him down, and Tom continuing this aggression to try continue the lead.
Yeah, Lars did manage to slip into the right zone.
Я нашел то, что он писал.
Fair bit of damage here, but does pick the elimination up. Drage does have the healing station to work with, and
Upgrade, people,
Lars
upgrade.
should into it, but Lars still finds the kill.
5 лайков осталось, давайте добьем,
So
юху.
far as Bax
You
has
fancy banks.
solid lead.
Так он говорит.
I mean, it's just all Lola at this point, really. Eventually
Yeah,
taken down by
really.
Tom, and there's the pierce damage we were talking about. He's just been playing so flawlessly on the offensive side. I mean, they let it go over the left-hand side, and Tribe got a good lead over there, but we
Ну,
can't
тот
forget
самый
that Bax still
президент,
have some
мы с ним
defensive
еще
centers
давно-давно
as
в
well.
КВ
It's gonna be about
встречались.
10% left out of
Мы
it,
зашли
something
друг к
like
другу
that,
в
and they've
Дискорд,
managed to
начали
get
там
it.
что-то
9%,
обговаривать.
this should be cleared up
Что-то
pretty
3
easily.
человека
We
из их
continue
клуба
this
хотело
aggression.
уйти к
Lars
нам. Я
continues
говорю,
to
да не,
play as well
пацаны,
as
это
he
не
is.
по-пацански.
Thing is, it
И
can go
что-то они
quickly from
бабки
here on, especially
поставили,
if
то,
he
что
gets
они
caught there by
выиграют. В
Drage.
итоге мы их выиграли,
It's not
пошли
that
скримы
many
с ними
percentages
играть,
that both teams are good,
доказывать, кто
especially
сильнее.
as kill after kill seems to be going
Короче,
the way
китайский у
of
вас все было.
Tribe, and
Да.
this game might just be turned around.
Пугали нас типами по 50 тысяч
Well,
кубков.
they're just gonna be
Зашли
keep on as well.
Пацаны,
топеры.
добиваю на лайка.
Well, and I think this
Всех
is
днем
gonna be a
цемент.
job in. I mean, I'm just
Не,
going with
плохая идея.
95%.
1%!
Сегодня
Трайб
единственный
забирают. Еще одна победа, 2 сета будет выигранных. Второй раунд. Раунд 2.
Alright, let's see. The reaction is here from Banks as don't really want to give another set
Сколько мы стримим? 3 часа уже.
to Tribe Gaming. It's hard enough to face Tribe in the semi-final. It's gonna be even harder if you
Завтра в 4 часа,
start off
ой,
with a
в 2 часа
two-set deficit.
по МСК, 14:00 стрим по КС
Drake gonna be popping
на
super
канале по
moves and
CSGO.
using heal to
Кому интересно, вообще CSGO и хочет завтра на стримчанский прийти по КС, посмотреть, какие играют и так далее. У меня глобальная новая там в ММе. Глобальная прям. Ладно, шутками там. Силер последний, но я крутой. Залетайте, короче, на канал, подписывайтесь, ссылочка в чатике. Ты что тот канал? Кого часов? У меня больше 1000. 1100. Да, это Redline CSGO. У меня 33к кубков, почти 3-4. Я подписался, красавчик. Я проголосовал за Бакс.
Не, ну самое главное, что он идиот.
Жалко тебя, челик. Друг Бакса сейчас вытащит.
Вон, Насика вообще только 28 кубков.
Ты, может, он Кани написал.
Да не, мне кажется. Такую ошибку нельзя было допустить. Он
Бля,
Артём
бегемот,
вообще
да.
написал.
Что за бегемот?
Бегемот ПМ.
Tribe are not rushing into anything. They want to play it safe and don't want to give anything away. Nest egg gets triggered, and the follow-up kill into Drage is the chance here for Banks to start pushing back upwards.
Че все огонь у этой Амбер.
Offensive push capability, they're going to be going for it. Cyclone just does not have the range, and this is what I mean with Sandy. You just cannot do much at all without a team pinch. Drake's going to pop the Invisi heal and try push down this left.
Че все подожгла, качественно, качественно. Камдин, мама. Красиво так. Дрейдж рубил Манс. Мансер. За Леона, да. Оба, заснул. Об, заснул. Заснул. Все, поздравляю Трайб с победой. Победой во втором сете. Переходим к третьему, решающему. Смотри, как это играет.
Secure their spot in yet another monthly final grand final. Tribe are looking as impressive as ever, really. This just looks like routine so far against them. 4 games in a row, and Banks have yet to really even get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's really just not looking good for them. Tribe are just setting themselves up for success every single draft. They're just looking
Кивает.
I mean, we have the infinite Brawl Ball map of Pinhole Punch just coming back and back again and again every single game coming up next. So we might see some similar comps to what we saw just then. And if Tribe can, play out again with another amazing comp, then I'm pretty sure they're going to be finishing out in 3. Because Backs played amazing, but they just they don't seem to have the composure to finish things off. First game seemed heavily in their favor. This second one, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely on point.
И у кого тут лучше МВП?
Что ты говоришь?
Чел пишет, и у кого тут лучше МВП?
МВП? А рандомно выбираешь.
Так,
На твое мнение.
нет вроде.
Еще нету, да. Он думал, что все, 2 сета, 3 еще. Выиграть надо. Ну, сейчас посмотрим, как камбэкнут. Наши Бакс. $300 bucks.
Here on parallel plays, I didn't really expect it to be brought in, but it
Really?
definitely did the job just
Ну,
fine.
вдруг. Брал боли.
Now they're set away from the grand finals and been
Бегемотка из слез 43к.
opportunity to get
Молодец.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a possibility of that Rico coming out again after the previous performance from Team Case on this map. In my eyes, it was I questioned.
Прикиньте, всех бравлеров брали с реальной жизни. Типа, есть какие-то персонажи. Люди. Сту тоже из реальности. Вот Джейси нашли разработчики, в комьюнити менеджеры записали. Опять Браубол, да. Бабоубол. Браубол. Бакс, удачи, хоть он вам не поможет. Поможет удачи.
А у
Ба-
есть
ба- ба-
вообще
ба.
какие-то другие карты?
Нет, это ж... Это ж я...
Ставили какие-нибудь новые карты, может, кастомные. Эта карта, да, она у всех
Кастомные? Не, вряд ли так.
Ну, может быть, что-то из нового, вот, то, что играли, но не прям вот так вот. Они здесь каждый миллиметр знают, как бы.
Ну, это хорошо.
Ну, да.
Не, каждый чем меняется.
Пинхол пант.
Пинхол, 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 пункт. Завтра сколько у тебя? У меня 15. А, 20, значит.
Ой,
Завтра 12 часов ночи.
да.
But to counter that damage, Tribe are going to be bringing in the Byron, providing some nice heals here and there.
Yeah, I like that pairing. Ruffs and Byron, especially if you can provide him with that power up as well early on, you can have such a dominant force coming towards the opposing team. Gonna finish things off with a Pam. Proved from the last game that, you know, they're extremely capable, and especially Yoshi of playing that brawler.
Нервничает Дрейдж. Заусток все дергает. Очевидно, стамина играла по дискорду, так игра в одной комнате. Чё? Типа о том, что они вместе были или что? Ну, это вряд ли прям жестко решает.
Как думаешь, пустить чела в клуб на неделю?
Да, давай.
Винка. Он хочет зайти, чтобы качать кольта. Он
Пускай заходит.
дикий коль. Он остался без основы.
Пускай заходит. Стример, передай привет, Яноч. Лена тоже тебе привет. Яна и Лена тоже. Здорово, девочки. Артур, ты любишь, когда вас это...
Яныч опять зашла, да? А, Яныч, привет.
Яна вообще. Яна и Лена, передаем привет. Ты любишь, когда вас это мужики обмазываются массово? Нет, такое я не люблю. Малиновая вода, малиновый закат. Хотел он, там что, навады, но везут тебя в закат. Если угадаю хоть бы 5, буду на стриме, то дойду до 2К, надеюсь. Выполните хотя бы 5, это о чем?
Yeah, I mean, with the Byron available, especially on a player like Drage, it just doesn't seem.
Я сказал Яна и Елена. Передаем привет, девочки. О, забили 1 гол. Только это баг сделали. Так что еще чем будет, когда ссылка на расписание чемов в описании. Вот. Следующий чема. По ссылке в описании можете изучить все это. Там время немного другое показывается. Там надо переводить на наш. Завтра в 00, да. То есть, если здесь показывается в 9 часов вечера, значит 4 часа всегда добавляете. А, если здесь 2. 6, значит, не, китайский, короче. Закрытые чемы должны в июне быть. Бакс, кажись, выигрывает. Чел сверху, ты девочка или мальчик? Ты неправильно передал. Яноч? Это один человек. А, Яна, Лена. Яна, Лена. Передай привет. Микрофон у него горит. Леня зарешал. Да Леня везде когда решает. Привет, угадай, привет, угадай. Газопровод. Зомби. Газопровода, зомби, что это? Яна Лена. Ты читать умеешь? Нет, не умею, научи. Я в первом классе, научи меня. Пожалуйста.
He didn't manage to do anything on that. Missed shot as well from Nadine allows Tribe a lifeline, but still, is the lifeline even going to be enough at this point? They're so far behind in this Brawl Ball set and this game that it might be too little too late.
Oh, nice value of that Byron super from Drage. Picks up the elimination eventually onto Nadine as well. Cyclone.
Бебры. Пацаны, у меня минус 1000, добью до 2000. А, 4000. Вряд ли уже. Не, следующий турнир. В этом турнире ты уже не успеешь. Завтра 12 часов ночи приходи. Предикты будут в 8 часов у меня на канале.
Pretty much finish the job as Yashi eventually takes him down. Yashi with a double as Lars is next up on his list, and this might very much be a goal from Tribe. Some slight mistakes here and there. Bull not really ending where it was supposed to be. And some missing
ладно, тогда передай привет. Яша! Яша! И Лаве тоже. Яшка этот. И Лава. Передаем привет. Яшка.
Doesn't manage to get it, and the knockback's not there on Lars either, who knocks him back and takes him down. I feel like that was a simple pass to Tom across the goal, and it probably.
И второй гол уже забили. Бакс жесткие.
Regardless, I think could have grabbed the ball once more and finished it off, but 17 seconds, made that 15 now, and Tribe might have just lost this game for themselves.
They very much might have, although Tom is still alive for now.
А все.
Seems like Nadine is just gonna hold on to the ball,
Фиаско.
place it right in front of the
Передай
goal.
привет. Яза.
Tribe
Яза.
is back.
И Лере.
They managed to take a set here, and honestly,
1-2.
good in this one. If that was the opening set, I would have been all worked up and thinking, you know, we might see a big
Пошел кот.
upset. But we have to remember the two sets before that were quite one-sided in favor of Tribe. We'll see if maybe that
4 наград в июне, я думаю.
carry on some of that momentum into Hard Rock Mine that's coming up next. But so far, I'm not really getting my hopes
Макса
up
лучше, я
too much,
ошибался.
as I feel
Только
like
одна победа.
that probably was a very slight missed
Вы
round.
так меняете мнение
A
быстро?
set that just slipped out of Tribe's hand, but that was the opening goal there from Cyclone in game
Ты
one.
неправильно передаешь
What a
приветы,
way to
да?
do so as well.
Well, we know Tribe absolutely love getting reverse swept.
Ух
so it
ты,
definitely is a
какой-то
possibility
кирпич
that
бот
they
инфу,
could
дезинфу
have,
говорит, надо
either
удалить.
like getting reverse swept
В
or getting
смысле?
close to
Чем
as
будет
well.
опять?
Try and pass too monthly five.
А что, не
Завтра
кажется,
будет
завтра?
последний, а потом в июне только, и то неизвестно когда, закрытые какие-то там. Неизвестно.
Ой, клап прорвало. Шпингалеты лопнули.
Что такое шпингалет? Привет. Яжга. Яжга. Иреев.
Я жгу еврея.
Я вот не ожидал от тебя такого. Осуждаю.
Я жгу. Как Леон хилит.
Так надо. А где тут инфа, что он хилит?
2 goals
Это
for
Евгений
Bax,
написал.
none for Tribe.
Леон
You know,
хилит себя, может.
getting kills is nice, but what you really want is impact
Как
kills, right? Finding
Леон
kills on
хилит,
players that
хилит.
will give you a lot of control or
Берет и
really
хилит.
help you either solidify your defense or your offense, and it seems like
Упорно
Bax,
хилит,
a couple more of
старается
those
прям.
opportunities. At least, I mean, you know, besides the kind of sneaky goal from Cyclone, it seems like they had a couple more of those opportunities. That's in hard work mine.
Передай привет
Tribe
Ане.
can, you know, focus up, and I think that's
Аня,
should be
передаю
from their
привет.
perspective as well, right? They are still very heavy favorites in this match, still a set ahead. Just take things easy. I wouldn't say forget about Brawlable, but you know, put it on hold for now. Just focus on hard work mine. Don't let it slip out of control, because that's kind of the risk in those situations, right? You start questioning yourself and lose some confidence, whereas your opponents, they're building up their own confidence, and that's how things can get a lot more complicated than they have to be. Bax, it's all the opposite for them now.
Передаю привет.
Use whatever
Я-
they found in that global set and try to carry that over
Я-
to gem grab,
Убу.
build up some more,
Я
confidence,
передаю привет
try
и
again.
овце передаю привет.
Maybe take some risks here and there. I think I would like to see that
Там
coming up,
что-то
and
про ядро.
it's not completely foreign to
Ядро.
their usual playstyle either. We've seen Nadine forever picking, you know, brawlers like
Пока не
Gale,
готовится, на
Shen,
нет
with
перезапущу, рублю другой. Просто тут телефон разряжается, а из телефона инет раздают без стрима. Смотрите, сейчас стрим может подлагать на минутку, там, максимум. Не уходите с стрима, просто оставайтесь на месте, а он восстановится. Через минутку сейчас пойду перезапущу, и на другой врублю. Хорошо? Так что не переживайте. Продолжим смотреть. Артур, что? Чё, передай привет своему бате в пакетике? Не.
Ruffs and Stu going to be banned. Cyclone picks Lola, Nadine picks Leon, and we had the squeak from Tom. And second pick of Tribe Gaming should be up momentarily, but I'm liking what both teams have got so far, to be honest. If you're starting things off with Lola and Leon, you can't complain. And at the same time, Squeak's always going to be a good brawler, pretty much no matter what the map at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still kind of shook by the amount of Lola we've seen today. I feel like it's been one of the most picked brawlers, which, I mean, I expected it to be fairly popular, but today.
Алло.
Хуем по лбу не дало?
Мне пишет, блядь, не спаем. Я
Ну, не
пытаюсь,
спаем.
блядь, людей задержать. Было 60 онлайна, осталось 7. Мне пишут, не спаем. Я тоже хочу шоколадку.
Я вернулся!
Что, люди себя чуть не послушали. И меня тоже. Плохие люди.
Card that managed to sneak through the wall there did manage to connect with Cyclone and reveal his invisibility. A little bit unfortunate for him, but I'm sure Tribe will be happy about not being surprised by a random Leon in the face. He does connect the tower pull and gets the takedown as well, and his positioning in this
Хотя они
game is
обратно
kind of just
заходят.
unparalleled by anything
Так
Bax had
что
managed to
пока
do.
живем.
Tom's going to throw that down residue now, and he can't really retreat without being spotted through that, I don't think. So he is just going to choose to stay up, and Tom's going to try and loop round or take down the Sprout. Surprised he didn't actually just go for Nadine here, which he's choosing to do now, and that is going to be a big connection, slow down as well, and 5 gems into the hands of Yoshi.
Wow, that's big countdown for Tribe, but does get shut down. Cyclone, though, doesn't have the HP to stay alive. Will be able to get his super back, which Steam Visual Heal will break him straight back into the mix. Yoshi has a pull, gonna go for it on the right-hand side. Cyclone gets hit, gets a final shot down, but that should be enough as Tribe Gaming get to match point. And if we thought the situation was dire already for Bax, it's just gotten a whole lot worse.
First match point that Tribe have actually been able to get, so let's hope they don't get too flustered by it and you know, throw this game in general, because that was a great performance, especially from Yoshi. His positioning was very, very good, and it is quite difficult to beat a Leon lane, especially when these lollipop drops do go down. You see a swap of the lanes from Bax now and an instant reaction from Tribe to do the same.
Alright, pressure is up here for Bax. Cyclone tagged up. So far, even on the gems for both Nadine and Drage, picking
Полуфинал
two first
еще?
spot on their respective sides.
А,
This one is closer to the mid, might want a bit more of an invasion for Tribe, try to contest it. But the ego is placed down, and that's gonna make things more complicated for Tribe. Nadine snatching two at once. But so far, both teams playing it fairly passive, as Lars just keeps getting some great walls on the right-hand side. And this has been a frustrating set for Tom so far, just always being walled out.
Yeah, regardless of that though, Lars hasn't had the biggest impact on the overall game, to be honest. Repeating these walls. But Yoshi's doing the exact same to them on the opposing side of things. Now he does fall low though, and Lars is the exact same. Nadine, as the gem carrier though, is in a really difficult situation. But now comes Cyclone, and Yoshi needs to try and make something happen. He can't be connected by much. He goes back for the one more, goes for the Tara pull, and now he can't get it. But the slow, the nest egg is going to clutch up. Nadine can get these gems still, but Dre surely can follow with a couple of taps here. Bring him down low, misses the second one, but hits the third.
Это что такое, Бакс? Вы камбэчите?
Tom got his super in hand, needs to make perfect use of this, or it's going to be all over for Tri. Well, not all over, but he does get a lot of connections, not enough to finish it off. And Bax are one game away from evening things out now. Remains match point for Tribe, though.
That is scary for Tribe, because suddenly a single game from Bax and we're in set 5. As quickly as that. Let's see if Bax can make that happen, or if Tribe are able to get a clean closure on this match and proceed to the grand finals, as most of us would have expected in the first place. But Bax, they've been fighting for it, man. We have to give them that much. They've been fighting for it and stand a real chance and going to the grand finals, but they do need this next game here to go their way.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed Bax's performance, to be honest. They've been playing very, very well throughout, and you can see by the scoreline, they really are rivaling Tribe Gaming, which is something that is very difficult in Europe at the moment, in the EMEA region, so very commendable performance for them to do just that. 3-3 in terms of gems, though, and pretty even in terms of control now as Yoshi starts to aggress this left-hand side a bit. They're going for the lane swap again, but a couple of connections on Cyclone brings him very low and puts him in a tough position. Drage falls low as well, though. Invisi-heal is going to be popped, as well as the lollipop drop. Tom pushing onto Nadine and gets taken down. All sense of Tribe being in this mid is completely dissolved, as now they're getting completely closed down on.
Yeah, aggression from Cyclone doesn't find any kills, but gets two players incredibly low HP, which is enough to give a little bit extra space here for Nadine to get all the way to 7 gems, but Tribe are not far behind. 6 now on Drage, and that pinch from Yoshi is very scary for Nadine. The double stop from Yoshi connects, and Cyclone, although he does survive for now, he is going to be incredibly low HP, falls eventually, and that's going to be a strong countdown starting off for Tribe Gaming. As long as Drage and Tom both manage to stay alive, they'll be fine. And that snap from Drage finding Lars here is gonna end.
Нихера себе, Tribe выиграли!
To the grand finals, and Bax are knocked out in the semis.
Finals bound for Tribe then. Great performance by Bax, though, I will say. It's really disappointing to see certain players of this team actually leave, because it's just amazing performances all around today. They really are rivaling the best teams in this region. So, seeing Cyclone leave for exams, and possibly, I don't know what Dean's doing, to be honest with you. They're either leaving or joking or whatever. Angel Boy's got a lot to live up to, though, in the name of Cyclone, when he does join in the second half of the season. Moving on, though, Tribe obviously making it to those finals to be facing against Team Queso, which is promising to be an absolute banger of a game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what a grand final right ahead of us. I mean, so far, I would say this day has definitely not been disappointing for Brawl Stars fans. We had some...
Ура, победа! Tribe выиграли! Они это смогли сделать. Хоть Бакс одно очко было собрал. Халява. Вопрос? Сейчас будет MVP. Выбирайте MVP, по вашему мнению. Че вы соединение? Вы китайцы? Ну, Драгона выбирайте, да. Только что это за херня? Алло, кабачок, ты тут?
Да.
Так, ну MVP это понятно выбирать. Уже прошел. Сейчас вопрос.
Я собрал пин.
Как будет суперфинал.
О, все, мне пришел уже значок.
Халява.
Вы получаете значок Brawl Stars Event.
Победа. Кстати, 100 лайков добили. Уху! Жесткие. Так, надо опрос завершить. 200 лайков посилим до завершения финала. Что ты ржешь?
Я сделал опрос у себя в Дискорде. Типа, запустим мы одного чела на КВ. На одно КВ просто бомжа.
Я ж разрешаю.
И тут чел пишет, ну смотрите, давайте думать рационально. Кирпичу похуй на опрос, и он сделает, как сам захочет. Так что смысла в этом опросе, думаю, нет, так что поставлю лайк.
Угу.
Все меня шлют куда подальше, в общем-то.
Надо на мое мнение учитывать.
Да.
Опять эта музыка? Не, музыка красивая, прикольная, но я не хочу АП на стрим. Ну, пускай это будет. Так, суперфинал. Да, музыка классная. Но аж на прошлый стрим прилетела. Финал, друзья, да. И я за Трайп. Тим Клейсо крутые, но Трайп лучше. Если не успеем MVP, да, уже все, нельзя больше никак. Если не успел, то не успел.
Бля, постоянно пины эти новые не отправляются в чате, как всегда. Опять это подфиксят через пару месяцев.
Друзья, подпишитесь на мой телеграм-канал, также ссылочка вот в закрепе на сайт eventbrowstars.com. Че, по элиту китайскому? Трайп. Часы на этом, блин. Что ложится?
Один из 7 прогнозов угадал я.
А?
Да.
Я сейчас себя чекну.
Это 3 я пропустил.
У меня 4 из 7.
Одну не угадал, и еще 2, короче. Все.
Часы нет.
Готово.
Да вопрос должен сейчас скоро появиться. Какой, блядь, часы на этом, я не пойму. Китайский какой-то. А, все уже собрались, пацаны. Да, собрались.
So much to talk about, so much to cover, but we've got our grand finalists raring to go. Take a look back at the bracket real quick to see how today has gone down. Craze Clan, who was last month,
Задержка до владельца 13 секунд.
Team Casso were
Давайте я обновлю. Вопрос. Байрон. Так, сейчас. Байрон.
get out the semi-finals in the same fashion. It's going to be Team Casso for the first time in the grand final up against Tribe Gaming EU, last month's monthly final victors. So this is going to be, honestly,
Успели?
I feel a fantastic.
Там еще секунд 5 где-то было. Не успел. Как так? Сейчас будет суперфинал, пацаны. Тебе стрим очень весь. Сейчас вроде пропавает. Чем ты долгий подводишь? Я не долгий, в эфире врубите, вроде нормально все. Да, кстати. Я не долгий, в эфире врубить. Ну, во. Я только говорю уже на своем стриме это слышу. Рофлите, что ли? Кого? За Трайб. Ну, я за Трайб. Следующий будет. Подпишитесь на канал с колокольчиком, узнаете в следующих видосах. А он и не играйте в говно. Артур какой-то худяков. Артур, ты сильно толст какой-то. Ерунду пишешь какую-то. 80%. Только матчи будут завтра один, ночью в 12 часов. Ссылка на расписание в описании, друзья. Вот на календарь событий вводите перевод, либо же тут прям выбираете. Тут, кстати, русский, тут звездочка такая Россия.
You know, they made it to the grand finals already way too many times this year. It's a team that just has, you know, a perfectly balanced skill set. They are mechanically absolutely cracked. They have great synergy, great strategies, great drafts. They're just so complete that so
слушай,
far
ты говорил до 9 успеет сыграть. Сейчас,
Что еще раз?
Почти 9. Сейчас эти еще час будет.
Ну, вряд ли прям целый час. Если 3-0, то быстро. Ну, такой X. Что X?
До 3 у них?
Да, тоже до 3. Это не мировой чемпионат. У меня процессор на 97 градусов нагрет. Это у меня ноутбук всегда так. Помню, термопасту менял.
Я в сентябре менял.
Зато 7 матчей. Каких 7 матчей? Не всегда 7. Как сам катка, типа чемпионат один. Зато стрим будет в 12 часов ночи.
Ты будешь следующий вот этот стримить, да?
Ну, но я не буду полностью пару часов, там до 2 часов ночи, может, до часа. Да я знаю, что норм время, прям офигенно. Ну так это... Сколько чемпионатами запускать свои японские. А у них это потому, что это Латинская Америка будет вроде опять. А у них это время... Это вроде обед такой. У нас ночь. Не, за главный тоже такое же самое дает. А раньше было, что увеличилось каждый раз. Ну, типа, чем подряд ты больше делаешь предиктов, чем больше. Салам, привет. Я зато спать хотел, ну, спи. Предикты заранее поставь и все.
А со скольки? С 11, да, можно будет ставить?
На первом месте коллеги. Да, с 11. Моему брату дается на голосование целый час, уже матч заканчивается, он в конце стоит и выигрывает. Как раз какие-то баги.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, like you say, Eve has been such a dominant force on the band side of things, and the numbers heavily stacked. But
Передают
that was
что.
possibly a bit, including prior to the 3-ban rule. But Rosa here as well. The speed gear cannot be underestimated. There is a spike on the side of Try Gaming, which is a good thing, but no slows at the moment except for that crow slowing Toxin. So Shelly, oh my word,
Шелли?
doubling down. And
Это рофл или как?
this as the third and final
Шелли вроде не тащится.
they get to see the entirety of what
Спасибо за предикты. Да не за
Ладно, я
что.
пойду. А, у меня есть кофе тут на столе. Вау.
Максим, успеешь? Какой Максим, я не понимаю. Да, на завтра есть предикт на канале.
Максим Алимбеков
Завтра будет.
просит, ответь, пожалуйста, я успею, у меня 2805
Успеешь.
сегодня. Максим Алимбеков, ты успеешь.
VP, вот это правильно, сделал предикт и все. Теперь написано Рошель. Ну и что? Максим ТВ. А, ты легенда, но ты уже, значит, не легенда. Раз Brawl Stars говно пишешь.
О,
А чё тут? Вот есть на Латинскую Америку.
как его замутить?
Ты ж на
Я
это?
жалуюсь. Пожаловаться. Нежелательная реклама, порнография,
Латинская Америка.
жесткое обращение с детьми, дискриминация, пропаганда, доказательства или издевательство.
Это кому
Ложная
ты?
информация.
Да кому ты?
Я ему даю репорт за ложную информацию.
На комментарий?
Да.
А чё, можно так?
Мгм.
А, реально можно.
Тоже кинь ему жалобу. Потому что это все не за правду.
Да, не заправдывается.
Я больше его сообщений не увижу.
Шок. Ты типа его заблокировал, я понял. Она сама заблокировалась, когда ты репорт кинул. А какой третий еще эксклюзивный такой пин, который звездочкой мигает?
И граффити?
Да.
У меня ни одного граффити нет.
Кто знает, напишите. Там третий есть какой-то.
Сегодня, наверное, буду донатить.
Мячик остановился так. Ничего себе, трай произнесли. Тему носки, не знаю. Надо кого-то мутить своими носками.
Роза?
Короче, мут.
Да. Мне кажется,
Как
да.
дела? Отлично. Ух ты.
Меня уже тупишь.
Я думал, сейчас это доиграет. Подожди, может это Данема со второго аккаунта? А, ошибку выдает.
Да, ну.
У меня стрим на полминуты позже твой, да? Печально. Ля... Что?
Чё?
Жесть. Мячик не забили так.
А, уже катка идет.
Конечно.
Я на 3 минуты стрим опаздывал. Сижу, смотрю, такой. А, вообще быстро, слушай, секунду буквально задержка.
Ну, а кто-то говорит задержка больше. Что за звук, как будто выиграли? Ну, Трайб выиграли, а звук как будто победа, ну. Это что так? Он смотрит за этими. Тем Квейси-то. Тиммейты, типа.
Я играл с Рафой.
С кем ты играл?
С Рафой.
Алло.
Алло.
Здрасте. Отлично.
Жизнь.
А ты где был сегодня опять?
Ой, блядь, я опять чашки помогаю. Что меня слишком часто уже берут помогать.
Стрим лагает или...
А, да. Это халява.
Ну вот ты чем целый день... Ай, точно, сегодня ж чемпионат.
Да-да-да.
Да?
Да.
Ебать! Перданул.
Что материшься? Это...
Да что, Катя сказал. Не ворчи, пупсик.
Прайду
Да.
могут.
А, выиграли.
Но они очень быстро что-то справляются.
Сейчас будет это,
Согласен.
Тим Квейси-то камбэчить. Завтра в КС 2 часа играем? Ой, Арк, что их с вебкой?
Ой, извиняюсь опять. Не знаю, что сказать.
Починили вебки. Короче, не будешь, я понял.
Вы в ММ обычно катаете?
Да.
Да.
Yeah, they I think had come to realize that their comp was perfect. I mean,
И фасит, а и мим.
I kind of got a question whether that
Фасит для нас слишком жестокий мир.
Это не рано еще.
Ну, я говорю, слишком жестокий мир пока что. Я не сказал только пока что. Но имел в виду. И имел.
Ну, я, кстати, зареган на фейсе. Я помню, видос про это снимал и впервые зарегался. У меня 3-й уровень, там, анархист, понимаешь, какой я жесткий.
3-й левел фейса-то?
Дефолтный.
Чарили?
Халява. Так он сразу выдается.
Да.
Я думал, там типа сразу первый выдают.
Не.
Нет, он третий, но
А
ты
чё
его
не-
сливаешь после первой катки.
Да? Да не.
Тебя сразу вообще щели.
Там
Почему
серьезнее играют, пацаны, там не токсичат не так сильно.
Ну, это еще как повезет, мне
Потому
кажется.
что там желают, чтобы ты сдох, и удалил игру. Ну подумаешь, не так сечет.
Не, ну это дефолт. Типа, я такой, мне
Норм.
даже отец такой
Ничего
сказал.
обычного, да?
Ну да. Так. Не знаю, мне честно всегда говорил.
Твои губы — это блеф, белый коко — это снег.
Егор Крид или мне кажется?
Да.
У меня бабушка-то лучшая коверность. Это выборка учили. А, про Трайба. Ой, Трайба этого Дрейджа. Он пират. Не забывайте на стрим лайк прожимать, на канал подписываться. С колокольчиком. Бубенчик
Оценивать
нажимать.
новые видосики, которые еще не вышли.
Да.
А скоро выйдут. Еще его.
Или старый видос.
Отвечаю. Ну да, это тоже как вариант. Есть, короче, много чего посмотреть. Не теряйте времени зря, заходите на канал. Артур, сколько платишь за такую рекламу? Что я тебя прорекламировал?
Ты прорекламировал на моем стриме. Ладно, там на своем.
Ну так я решил.
Вторднем копченая арматура. Вот это халява, мне нравится.
Что, блядь?
Копченая арматура. Сегодня день, радуйся, анархист. Копти арматуру. Оба Ева запретили. Да, боятся ее, наверное. Ты крут, Артур, спасибо, но зачем спамить?
Потому что он не может описать, насколько ты лох. Ой, крут.
Осуждаю, анархист, первое твое слово.
Что, я просто, это, говорю, ой, ошибся.
Я просто похлопаю.
Ха-ха-ха.
Не хлопаешь ты.
Давай. Знаешь, когда челик говорит, я похлопаю, а на самом деле кого-то там жарит.
Арматуру.
Я просто похлопаю. Артуру, да?
Коптит прям.
Он жарит Артуру.
Нет, арматура коптит.
Прям ствол дымится.
Зайди в ВК там в классный чат.
Классный чат.
Ты посмотри этих голубей кривых, блядь. Еще за их платить надо.
Я не понимаю, типа, какие-то нафиг голуби, если они... Если им такое ощущение, что ебать.
Ты видел уже это?
Да.
Они какие-то кривые, мне не нравится. Лучше живых, я не знаю.
Ощущение, что кто-то врезал.
Живых выпустить так. Да, как на свадьбу делают, так и на выпускной. Выпустить их в актовом зале.
Знаешь, что он киномёк, что кто-то это женится, да? Выпустить их в актовом зале, а потом, знаешь, привезти, у кого заказывали, сказать, они не полетели, забирайте их, возвращайте деньги.
Почему я спин розы не получил? Надо ждать. Либо же у тебя суперсойди не тот подключил. Не на тот аккаунт пришли награды. Яна, Лена, 26. Что ждет этим летом? Не знаю.
Жесткое порево.
Сразу это? 1-0 уже. Сразу секунду получил. Но если у тебя награды не проходили прошлые, там, жетончики, то, значит, на аккаунт другой приходили. Передай привет, Головач. Головач. И Лене тоже передай привет. А Яша, ты крутой тоже. Передаю вам привет. Лава, такое имя интересное. Лава, из Майнкрафта. В Майнкрафте какой-то новый челик появится, который там предметы вроде хранить будет.
Впервые слышу.
Ну, это спойлеры сегодня. Снапшот называют эти. Какой-то скриншот обнал. Тебе только вот эта херня.
Зачем это в
Как и у
Майнкрафте?
тебя, как заебка какая-нибудь
Но.
зайдет, про какую-то чепуху
Томат.
нести. Томаты, вот это.
Помидоры.
Думаю.
Кто закатил арматуру? Огурцы.
Огурцы, помидоры, овощи.
Это ягоды, ты что?
Любовь, макароны, помидоры, огурцы. Я тебя люблю.
Вы сейчас дружно соснете.
Победа. А, Тим Клейса выиграли, что?
Да ладно, я ж пошутил. Не обижайся. Да я ж пошутил.
Тут, короче, пацаны на стриме начали долбиться. Когда выиграли.
Обожаю.
Реально. Они троем друг на друга запрыгнули. На диване. Да. Вспомнишь это. Все записано на стриме.
Он обожает жесткое порево.
Передай привет самому себе. Артур, передаю привет всем.
Артур, ты хороший человек.
Почему я думал, что Пэм в кустах это NPC, бот, когда игрок отошел от игры? А, типа,
Эй,
бот за Пэм игры. Кого били в детстве плюс ща?
Опа, где там чатик?
Да не пали ты своих родителей.
Артур, сколько тебе лет? 17. Барсик, это тебе столько лет, либо ты мой возраст сказал?
Так NPC это же не бот.
Да, это реально чё? Я тоже Артур. Что много Артуров. Будет 18 или тебе исполнилось? Мне еще не исполнилось 18 в декабре.
Если тебе 17 лет, то как бы тебе 17, не 18, не 16. Именно 17.
Дед Инсайд 9 лет. Так, кто выиграл, я не заметил.
Уэсо.
Опять? 1-1, ух ты. Короче, быстро не будет. Ждем военком.
Все, они сейчас забирают ПМ и...
Ждем Газпром.
Артур, как тебя зовут? Меня зовут Драгун.
Одну...
Бля, ну ты, конечно, гений палить драгуны с конскими хвостами.
Полить? Я никого не полю.
Ты еврея спалил, я видел.
Это не я вообще-то был. Это твой Женька.
Ты меня-
Твой Женька все.
Ты на моего Женьку не перекладывай.
Да я ж не ложу болт, как некоторые на кого-то.
Кого ты не...
Я не... Ну, не знаю, просто. Побег от пьяного военного.
Мгм. Вот это как сингисер на минималках.
Да. На максималку. Смотреть стрим боя сайта. Не, смотреть стрим в ютубе, писать чат. Вот это топ. Только я с Украины, а ты с Беларуси. Встретимся у тебя на похоронах. Барсик, не. Кто я? Не знаю. Кто я? А, вспомнил.
У тебя есть покемон. It's
Пикачу!
А вы знали то, что сегодня день пива Понга?
Сегодня вообще-то день копченой арматуры.
И без рофла, праздники 7 мая, день радио, день травы сегодня, день распахнутых окон, день основания
День травки.
вооруженных сил РФ, день президентского полка, день уличного музыканта.
А тут
Ещё
день сегодня охеренный.
Да.
А
Ой,
завтра что за
мирный
день?
день сирот спида.
Что ты ржешь?
Что ты ржешь, Артура не задевай.
Хуя.
Поддерживает таких детей.
Поддерживаю.
Прям за яички так берет и поддерживает.
Не, я за яйца не трогаю.
Да.
Да.
Я это бывший скинул. Ладно, смешно, не надо.
А на завтра что за день?
Завтра?
Угу.
Я почитаю.
Видишь ли, у
8
меня
мая.
25 очков. Ну,
Международный
10.
день матери, день жен мироносец, православный женский день, день рождения напитка Кока-Кола, день перешагивания через ступеньку, блядь.
В этот день изобрели это.
Курил.
Он
Всемирный
читает
день
сайт.
транспорта, так, день памяти и примирения, день белого лотоса, Европейский день победы, праздник за... Не буду это читать. Всемирный день борьбы против рака яичников, блядь.
Ну, всемирный.
Ну,
Это стоп.
яичник это как бы у женщины.
Ну, типа,
А я
блядь,
думаю, яйца.
это стопроцентная инфа, типа, блядь, реально. Праздник, так, день оперативного работника уголовно-исполнительной системы РФ, день памяти святого апостола, день работников Федеральной службы по военно-техническому сотрудничеству Российской Федерации, день «Дайте кому-нибудь кекс».
Что это такой
Нет,
сайт?
так и написано кекс.
Давай тогда 11 мая или какого там? А, 9? Да, 9 давай.
А,
Что
давай
там?
9.
Завтра ждем всемирной жареной арматуры. О, жареная уже.
День победы в Великой Отечественной
О,
войне,
что ты.
поминовение усопших воинов, день уличных музыкантов, день ура пуговицам, день Европы, Всемирный день борьбы с меланомой, День памяти День памяти святителя Стефана Пермского, День матери Токелау Самоу,
Фотографирую закат, будто
День
пару лет
памяти
назад.
потерянного носка.
Себя без...
Кто там носок потерял в чате?
Я.
Бля, жёстко.
Фотографирую закат, будто пару лет назад. Без тебя, без тебя. Гудер, Артур. Ну это, наверное, за много кубков либо донат.
50 рублей.
Donation alert.
Донатки.
Донатки.
Мгм.
Single
Single gadget left.
У них Мортис в стенку тычку дает.
Но
Бывает.
киберспорт.
Ну,
Это золотой Мортис, смотри, он резкий
это
такой.
не глобал.
Чувствительность.
ну это Рафа на Мортисе, ясно.
Рафа. Тунь, тунь, туньк. 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 Лупа. Пупа и Упа купили себе по чупику. Но Упа не хотел его, и Пупа пососала за Упу. Прикольно.
Это что-то прочитал?
Да. Да ладно, сам придумал.
Не.
Кто-то запишите его вокал. Записано уже все. Фотографирую.
Запиши свою ебалу в кирпич. Это я не челлю сейчас, это я просто так сказал.
Ты мне щас
Помянь.
сказал, ты чё?
Это
Ты
я
кирпичу
так общий сказал.
Ты кирпич на свойся. Ты его оскорбил.
Серьезно? Да кирпич вообще-то хороший, в отличие от тебя. Он хороший. А ты чмо, ты пидор, ты...
А, ну улетаешь отсюда на время.
Доигрался.
Сейчас в чат начнет писать в Дискорде. Или нет? Хочешь с ним поработать?
Не-не-не. Я скинул скрин. А что такого? Сегодня ж праздник.
А что?
Ну, день, это как его там, Всемирный день сирот СПИДа.
Go for the same strategy as the previous game. Get as many of the tribe gadgets wasted.
Trap gadgets.
Not quite wasted, but at least out of the picture. And that's gonna be another one there from Yashi.
Я нечаянно скинул скрин, как мы играли против СК.
Да.
СК гейминг. Седьмыми левелами. На 1100.
Как ты против СК мог играть? Где?
Вот
И где QLIU?
Ну вот СК и Каос там. Ну они не фулл пати. А и Каос и Ролик.
А где этот делся?
Не знаю. Мы нечаянно на 1100 пошли. Хотя мелкие кубки апали.
Гений.
Хотя даже если бы у нас были 11 левела, там такое себе потеть.
Всемирный день удара поебал. Драйв вперед. Ничего себе, Тим Койса, который забирает вторую катку? Или мне кажется? What the fuck? Мортис, ля. Они идут. А, все, фиаск. Да. Фиаск.
Мортис. Ульта по двоим, это важно.
stop the countdown.
Чипсы хаваю.
Chips celebration or whatever.
Разные
is
это
going
чипсы
on
едят.
over there at Team Kisso's house. I've been loving the vibes on their end, man. It's
Не,
been
ну как так?
it's been nice.
Довольные.
I haven't seen them this
Хуйню
happy in a
какую-то
long time.
посылаешь, пишет.
And I'm glad to see those smiles, as we did earlier when they qualified as well. 2-1 in their favor now, Ark. They might just do it.
But, I mean, at this point, that's definitely a thinking point. For Prime. And how devastating it was then, it just seems to be the case that they can just bring out.
Драйвы охуели.
I mean, it was such a
Да не.
problem. Everyone, combined on the tribe side, couldn't really take care of it, and challenging, really challenging to deal with when you've got someone so accomplished on the mortar side. And I fully imagine very little ping as well, because the way that he was moving around the map, very convincing for me. Definitely, I think some lessons to be learned there in terms of I mean, that says it all. That really does. Almost as many kills as the entirety of Tribe combined. Well, it is as many kills. 10 kills for Rafa, a total of 10 kills for Tribe. I mean, that speaks for itself, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good.
Райп, давайте
explanation
тащите уже.
of how things went down and how things went wrong for Tribe here. I mean,
Их
this
сейчас
is-
улетят
this is interesting,
3-0, а?
Mark, because I expected
Все,
this
серый
much,
день Пабло
but I feel like Tribe,
Артура, фух ты.
if you look at the
Pablo!
last couple of years, they're definitely always a step ahead of teams like Team Kisso, and right now Team Kisso, they're actually in the running of winning this monthly final.
Сколько у тебя самое
We can
твой
attribute
Бэби
a
Джон?
little bit, to the
15
extra boost in
сантиметров.
motivation and confidence, and the fact that there's
Супер,
nothing
надо
to
будут
really
вопросы,
lose,
будут
like their
MVP
big
и все.
victory is qualifying for MSI.
Викторины не
But it
будет.
seems like they're carrying over that momentum
Кто там
straight
катается на
into the
тележке?
Пабло.
Робот?
finals here, and they
Джанет
might just
летает.
So is that question mark, isn't there, against the team?
5 сама этого свои там
seemingly
размеры.
made their way into a
Мне
grand
кажется,
final, a monthly final, and whether they can
сейчас
hold their
стрим
own
лег.
enough long enough to see it
Нет.
become a reality. One thing's for sure, if Team Kessa can continue on the way they're
Чё у
going
меня
and
лег
lock
стрим?
this in, it will be huge for them. I mean, not just an
Да
MSI
нет, всё нормально.
confirmation, but
Чипсы
an
хаваю тут.
assertiveness into coming into a massive place in terms of the leaderboard, especially with SK Gaming dropping out in the quarterfinals for a
Не
second
будут
month in a
больше
row.
вопросов.
This
MVP и
region's all
все.
for the taking. Draft coming in. Bans for Gene,
Чипсы
Byron, and
хвалится.
Max on the side of Team Kesso, Nanny, Piper, and Tim.
Хуя он хавает,
It's
блядь.
gonna be a very interesting
Как
draft.
макака какая-то, так
Already
почесайся.
E for Black Sea, and now Habby joining with Leon.
А потом
With
руки
Buzz
жирные
and
такие.
Bell. This is a very
Смотрят.
crazy time for a draft on Shooting Star, but I kind of like it.
Этот волосы чухает
Dude,
постоянно.
I know it's nothing to do with the draft, but I love
Не,
how
нормально,
Team
потом
Kisso
на
are just-
пальчики
they're just
одеваешь, на большие
vibing
пальцы
during the
свои
draft,
всё
right?
равно.
Having some crisps and having a good time, some laughs as
Я у меня
well.
Всё
все на
равно в
пальцах.
жиру
It's
будет.
a great energy, and that
А, я их
adds up to what
нашел.
we're talking about, the fact that they've already had their victory for today.
Не,
Everything
пофиг,
is
типа,
bonus
на большой
now, and
палец чисто
they're
одеваешь, потому что ипа там сзади
it's
будет
certainly paying
жирный.
off so far as they're
Пацаны,
set
это
ahead
неудобно.
of Tribe. Let's see what the final pick is going to be here from
Да, бля.
Tribe Gaming, reacting perhaps to that Brock pick. It's going to be
Я их
Yoshi
давно не одевал.
on the
Ну, пару раз на письку
На яйца.
натягивал.
interestingly enough.
I shouldn't mind that necessarily. I mean, the one problem with that is that Rafa can break
Как
mid
когда
very quickly, which is,
ебальник
I
все
imagine where
пыльные
Yoshi
уже.
would like to stick around for. But at this point in time, there's very little kind of options really. I mean, a Colt, do I say it maybe for range?
Ну, в
but
них надо
ultimately,
привыкать
Да,
играть,
всё
потому
так.
что
Don't think
very
that's
little
the
у тебя
options.
прям
map, right?
No,
Что
no,
у
it's
тебя
shooting
прям?
star, yeah, no, it's
капец
shooting
прям
star
как
for
пальцы
now.
скользят,
So,
намного
I just
круче
wanted to
прям.
clear it up, 'cause I
Типа,
was
если
under
в
the
играх в
impression-
каких-то там стрелялках играешь,
А вдруг соскользят пальцы
Alright,
просто.
well, good. Avi picks up the blue
переходишь,
star.
да не, нихера.
Yeah,
Переходишь
the
на
work
пальчики,
early on,
тебе
I feel
приходится
that's gonna
сенсу
be the play
ставить
here, and
меньше.
Javi with the lollipop.
Да.
I mean, they hold the power on the side of Team
Потому что у
Kessa.
тебя
They
всё
can choose to break,
не-
they can choose to leave, and at the moment, why would they break their own wall? They can just kind of keep everything rolling on. Blue
О,
Star,
в 15 уже
putting their
больше.
hands is sometimes a factor here. We'll shall see
Трайб
how
должны
long it stays
победить.
that
Да,
way
я
for,
тоже за
but
их ставлю.
already it's a pretty decent start for Team Kessa, and that Tribe taking more of a mid-roll.
Alright, so far no kills just yet, but Tribe looking to change that around as there's still that blue star giving the early advantage to Team Kisso for now. Super is available for Javi. Maybe gonna be his chance to push forward and single out a player. Tom is gonna be that player, but he does survive off the encounter. Drage very low HP as well, but survives too, just barely gets out of the range from Javi. And Tribe are able to keep the situation as is, but they still need to find a blue star, and those mines are going to help remove some of the walls. Black Sea making sure to defuse them safely.
Дефьюз.
Question again, like Rafa using the unnatural order star power for even.
А Тим Квест все же одна звезда есть. Ну и бот там нового хп.
Again, I can't remember the last time. I haven't seen anyone using Happy Surprise, but ultimately that's his preference, and let's see whether it works out okay. He's that is the consideration here, but it's 3 stars.
А это, кажется, матчпоинт для пацаки как-то. А для Тим Квейса это матчпоинт. Жесть.
Что там? А как так?
Что они там хавают будут опять? Довольные, смотри. Как покатит.
Я эти чипсы даже не убирал. Отхилиться отходишь? О, пару чипсов достал.
Но.
На расслабоне так?
Да.
Он на 600 плюс играет.
На нахер. Пиздец, их зажали, ем. А чё неправильно, пока Тим Квейса 2 победы и 3 очка? Ой, 2 очка.
Опа.
О, у меня стрим лёг опять. Вот, возобновился. Так обновить надо. А я себе чат обдаю.
А у меня сегодня будет веселая ночь.
С кем?
Со своим другом. У него большой Биби Джон.
Пиздец. Зачем тебе на его садиться? Теперь у меня нет квартиры, спасибо, Трей. Да не, вот набили очки, обратно. А когда Трайв за камбэчи, такие они перестают чипсы жрать, убирают, их готовятся, такие тащить.
Просто бо добивать и уходить, все. А, ну они не уйдут. Обидка, бля. Ой,
Давайте тащить.
1-1.
Гаргамель.
Пожить.
Жить. О, жить. Все равно матчпоинт остается, но шанс есть. Что за банки удрать? Я тебе скину дозы, посмотри, пожалуйста, что это за хрень. Я сейчас я не буду смотреть. А что эти за фотки?
Кого?
У тебя.
Где?
А у тебя за Японии ВК. Пиздец. Я тебе скину потом, посмотришь. Ну, не знаю.
Я вижу. Вот. Полегче, владелец блокировал любые сообщения, которые я не могу скинуть. А что здесь такого? Они в трусах.
Ну, так.
Coming around full circle, but Black's is doing very well to not feed Drage furthermore. He would like to have had his mines there and really secure that spawn trap. Jump over the wall, one less gadget for Rafa as well, but a hatchling coming in soon off the back of that Super Yoshi, very low and force to the right, and
Это бот банит, типа?
Ага.
Да, жестко.
Защити трайфа. Да, давайте трайф.
Almost the last 30 seconds of this set. Tribe are still leading just by that blue star. Team Kizo eventually need to push forward, but they have had nothing to work with so far, and without any cover either, it's hard to stay into those aggressive positions. V takes a bit of damage, but now this is the final chance here for Team Kizo. Javi gets tagged up quite heavily.
Нави.
Needs to be careful, but he is pushing
О,
forward.
Леон
Might
подходит.
catch someone off
6.
guard, and that person is gonna be Yoshi, the trainer.
Тим Квейсо выигрывает!
Are your champions for
О, долбиться начинает! А, да! У-ху-ху-ху! Победа! Победа! Что стоит жопой своей, блядь, сука, на пол экрана? Он жопой танцует, смотри. Что он делает с ней? Кого он пиздит, блядь, жопой ты, сука? Что это такое? Целуются, я же говорю, они долбятся там. Сейчас трусы снимет, все. Сейчас жопу покажет. О, чипсы жрать начинает опять. Ура, победа! Мяу-мяу-мяу. Мяу-мяу-мяу-мяу.
Я это смотрю без звука, чисто с твоей озвучкой.
Там звука нет, по сути.
Просто
Этим
MVP
хочу
голосуем, ребята.
MVP давайте, да. Кого тут? Ну вот это. Опять интернет. 80 очков не хватает. MVP, а вопроса не будет. Ну, не должно быть. Это было жестко. Петя пишет в Телеграме. Трайбы еще могут реверснуть. Это не те ребята, что опускают руки в сложный момент. Джави в соло. Все, наконец до пина дошел. Поздравляю. Вопроса не будет, только MVP. Ты всегда на суперфинале так. Ты молодец, вопрос пропустил. Ты гений, я сказал, что MVP. Ну вот матч оцените. 2 очка получить.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was an amazing performance, all-time high, is what I said earlier. But it's truly the case for Team Kizo. And now the question is, how long can they stay on top like that?
Они начали очень жестко, да, убийцы, я видел.
But I feel like there's still so much more to be expected from those guys, notably at MSI with, you know, the likes of Tribe and SK that already qualified last month. But it's just announcing a lot of fun and a lot of competitiveness, as well as, you know,
Что?
Tribe that look to be from far the best team
Я
of the
настолько
region.
быстро
They got
печатаю.
today, and
У меня даже словами меняются местами.
Рафа выиграл. Точнее, MVP.
I mean, it was close, don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel like Tribe got robbed or anything like that. It was won fair and square by Team Kizo, and I mean,
матч.
MVP for
Бля, время
Rafa
вышло, в смысле?
absolutely deserved as well.
А что там?
Борзые. На 2 целых очка.
Заскамили. Уже все, по сути, да, друзья. Так что поставьте лайк на канал, подпишитесь с колокольчиком. Будет много еще других интересных видосов. Будем смотреть следующие чемпионаты. Сейчас что скажут, интересно?
Ладно, что, я пошел, меня там ждут.
Давай.
Всего
Удачи.
хорошего.
Пока.
Спасибо за игру. Мне пора. Удачи.
Сыграть.
Ого! Привет! Какого бойца мне выбрать?
Не надо никого бойца брать. Давай. Что скажете по поводу матча, пацаны?
Last year wasn't to be for them, just came in a little bit too late into the competition to really be a front runner. This year, though, oh, this could very much be a.
Не, мне понравилось, херенно получилось. Охуенно, так сказать. Игра не исчезнет? Да нет, вроде. Должны убежать. Один вопрос. А не будет вопроса? Или ты мне хочешь задать? Не ожидал от Квейса, что они так вытащат. Ну ладно.
No one is out of the running, and that there's so many teams that play at the highest level here in this region. And you know, in some of the pre-discussions and the conversations we've had all around, Team Kaizo wasn't even necessarily the favorite to qualify for MSI out of, you know,
Привет, Иван, здорово. Так и должно, больше не будет вопросов.
All the way today was a monthly final win that they absolutely deserve. This was the best Team Kaizo I've ever seen playing today.
I think everyone at home will thoroughly agree. I'm here in production that we actually do have them on the line now for an interview. Let's see whether we can get them on the line and speak to them directly as well. They're still celebrating.
О, пацаны.
Everybody, can you hear me?
I don't know.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello, Mark.
Hello! How's it going, guys? I've got to say, a massive congratulations to you all. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've had conversations in the pro scene about you and the team.
Чувствую, что он не понимает, что он им говорит. Пришел к концу, зато с утра 10. Ты где был? Я спал, я проспал на час.
Let's go around. Whoever wants to speak can just take the lead. But how does it feel to be able to be saying that you are going to be attending the mid-season invitational?
So we are very, very, very happy because we train a lot.
Вроде понял. Мне это чел справа нравится. Посмотрите на него.
I had a lot of emotion, so it's a very great day.
Уже все, да, я знаю. Освещали всем чатом жесткий. Вопроса не будет, я скину тебе ВК видос личку. ВК прям, ну ладно. Еще 2 чем, один еще чем. Очень довольны были.
The takeaway here was that you guys looked like you were just having the best time of your lives, and I did spot the tears, Ali. I did see that. Well, I've got to say, like, your growth throughout the competition has been really quite an eye-opener. You know, last month, however, it was a challenging one for you guys. You left the competition in the quarterfinals against Reply Totem. Going back to last month, talk us through what happened there. And also in the go-between of the months, and how did you come back this month to look as strong as you did?
Артур посмотрел? Нет, я сейчас стримлю. 12 часов по МСК ночь. Ссылка на расписание есть. Сейчас он быстро печатает он. МСК, ну да, только МСБ. Не, МСК это. No.
Well, I've got to say, you know, it takes a lot of time and energy and effort to come back and look.
Он смотрит налево.
After exiting last month in the way that you did. Let me ask you as well, how are you guys finding the draft now, as we've had some format changes?
У меня на карте до хрена что? Когда сможешь посмотреть? Потом. Ты копался до этого видео.
as your final pick, Rafa. You had also the Brock pick, and those were big brawlers that made a big difference for you. So talk us through how you guys are finding the draft, and has it helped you guys in any way with those changes?
We pick the first pick was Sif because, in our opinion, with the Vans, it was the best pick.
Добрый вечер, раздача у нас. Добрый вечер. Откуда инфа, что?
I think they both. We think they have just Sprout open. So if we pick Liam,
Что это за звук?
and a thrower, they can open all.
И все видео? А, окей.
We pick Brock to don't break and play Leon like behind the walls and waiting for the momentum to choose. Yeah. I think the chance are perfect for us because they players like play that link.
Окей.
We love this. For us, this format is perfect. Because
It's more difficult to predict the picks of the other team, but it's
Довольно чипсы похавал.
for the
Нихуя не, конечно.
it's very good.
Довольный.
In my opinion.
Да в КС завтра.
Honestly, you guys, you smashed it. You absolutely smashed it out.
Премьера, точнее, стрима на канале там есть.
Ali, a little personal request from me. What is it going to take to get my face onto your computer desktop? I want to see that in a future monthly final. But
Иди,
we'll
слушай.
see you guys again. Well, we'll see you in the MSI. But congratulations, guys. Thoroughly deserved. Go ahead and celebrate. You've already been doing that, but celebrate even more. You deserved a well-earned break. And we'll see you
Ржет
guys
улыбка.
very soon.
Thank you so much, Art. Thank you so much, and soon. Thank you.
thank you. See you. Bye.
О,
Lovely to see you, man. Absolutely lovely to see you. I mean, Teddy, you said yourself like how much
Тедди
enjoyment
недовольная
you got out
улыбка.
of watching their celebrations today, and I mean, you know, yeah, to cry is a pretty big thing, and I think deservedly so. I mean, you know, I think we'd all be the same when we'd all be in tears if that were us. But a great thing to see, Teddy. What were your thoughts on just hearing from them directly?
I mean, I just love the passion, right? And the love that those guys have for the game. And also the fact that to them, going to MSI is like for another team qualifying for Worlds last year. You know what I mean? It's a LAN event. It's meeting up with everyone. And those experiences are so surreal. So much to the players that, I mean, it's just great.
голос, когда кушаешь, форт. Ок. Заманивает.
Yeah, I think tonight is going to be a long one for them for sure. Trav, so many moments today. I mean, we got you back in. You know, again, production just keep pushing you back in as much as I keep trying to push you back out. But I mean, you know, was there any plays in particular that stood out to you today as being front runners?
I mean, it's got to be all Rafa's Mortis, hasn't it? I think that's kind of the memorable plays all in all.
Ладно, на этом, дорогие друзья, все. Всем до завтра, завтрашних видосиков. 2 видоса с предиктами, другой интересный тоже в 12 часов. Предикты в 8. Стрим в 12, может, за 15 минут заранее запустим. Так что с вами был Артур. Всем пока-пока.